It certainly is. Pegasus, we're here for some APAC action, and Overlooked as an organization, certainly through 2025, dipped their toes in a couple of different regions, took a little look in APAC, took a little look in SAM, but they're back where they belong here in the best region in the world, APAC. So excited to see what happens today and for Overlooked to get through into GSL next Friday.
Yeah, I mean, it's just as simple as that. They came top 4 last time. It was a fantastic performance overall with that upper bracket qualification through that GSL bracket as well to keep them going. But once it did actually get to that hybrid bracket stage, we did start to see a little bit of struggle later on, but come on, Rhino. It is the first Open of the season. We're heading into the second, and we've got such an exciting roster to see unfold. This feels like Open 2... it's got a lot to beat there with how the first one was set, but it feels very, very, very possible, especially, like I said, with these 3 on the docket.
Yeah, it certainly does. J-Box, Lunatic, and Taha taking to the field for Overlooked, formerly Daybreak Frontline. Starting the day off against Charmy, Hiroki, Medusa, and I'm going to go with Yu, something like that.
Yeah,
We'll go something around there.
Yeah, that's what I'm going to be going for as well. 5 out of 6 Japanese lobby we've got ourselves here. Taha being that lone American to round this off. But you look at J-Box and Lunatic. I mean, Lunatic has been here for quite some time now, had a bit of an interesting season, I would say, for 2025 Rhino. There were some ups and downs, but individually there were moments of stardom that we hope to be a little bit more consistent in this 2026 season. But he's got that youngster alongside him, the 17-year-old J-Box, to assist alongside, who was very exciting throughout the entirety of those 6 opens previously. And with Taha to round this off, this is both one of the most exciting rosters and likable rosters, which always makes it much easier to support them.
Certainly does. Yeah, for sure. I mean, we've got some incredible players coming through, and we'll see them on the field now. Charmy versus Overlooked, best of 5, first of the day here in Swiss. Goodness gracious me, it feels almost strange that we're already back in Swiss, but it has been such a long time since that Open 1. Bizarre to get things back underway. Taha trying to take this one through. Yu doing enough. Getting the block. Apparently Baka going over the top. Good save by Lunatic early.
Oh, it was wonderful to hear you say apparently Baka seconds into a broadcast here in the morning for us over here in the UK, but this is a real opportunity for these 3 Overlooked players to flex their muscles a little bit. They've joined a new organisation, and with organisations does, of course, bring a wider audience alongside those that have watched them compete in SAM, compete in APAC as well previously, albeit not with these 3 players. And, well, we've seen them on a multitude of occasions. We know how much they can impress. First strike comes out here for J-Box. The offense will be maintained, and you can start to feel that light simmer rise.
Yeah, and you said something really important before the game started, in that this team might be looking for a little bit more of a consistent run here, and it is that consistency that Overlooked or Daybreak Frontline in Open 1 were struggling with. I think having worked over the Christmas period with Nunky the coach, making sure that they are singing off the same hymn sheet, let's call it that they will come through today with that little bit more kind of calm and sensible play. It's a nice shot from Lunatic. J-Box at the back post, trying to turn things in. Medusa does enough. Taha takes it through once again. Baka sending it away. Taha's got a demo onto Medusa, but Overlooks can't make it pay, and there's an opportunity here. Lunatic does well to get back in time.
Lunatic, flip reset, pops it over, won't be able to get that second touch. A follow-up is available with Taha. Apparently Baka will find it on target. Taha clear to say it high. No one's there for the follow-up, so it's going to be Lunatic to just send this one long. It's a wonderful 2 touches off that sidewall by Yu, but ultimately it does stay at this halfway point. Speaking of halfway, approaching that on the clock as well. The shot doesn't strike. Lunatic has to try and find that outlet pass. J-Box instead lets this one fall back to his Japanese nationman. Yu wants it in off that corner, and this has been a very competitive start to the series. Another shot flies and Taha clears. The depth of APAC feels like it has increased, especially in 2025. I was really impressed with what I saw outside of, I guess you could say, the big 2. It's nice to see, even with the 2/3 rule, that continues, but some things remain the same. This roster, these 3 players see success.
Saw that coming from a mile away, Pegasus. As soon as that ball gets put onto the backboard, you can see the player coming in, and that's Taha, and it is always going to be 1-0 to the Overlooks team. And again, you mentioned a really good point about the depth in APAC, and it's all to do with that 2/3 rule. Arguably one of the best things that Blast has done for the Rocket League scene. Of course, it used to be the case that we had that. Hang on a moment! Ooh! Oh, the boys are starting to warm up. That's a lovely pass from, I believe, J-Box. It certainly is. Over to that right side, and Taha off the backboard. Hello.
All three getting involved. Lunatic taking that ball high as well. Before that setup to J-Box, the pre-assist getting involved. And that sort of stat you bring up very often. Passing plays in Rocket League can be tough, but they've made that one look rather easily. J-Box sends it back. Lunatic is able to cut it in off a tight corner. And well, it was a bit of a shaky first half of the game. We weren't getting those scores through the doors, but as soon as it started to rain, Rhino, it has poured.
And this is more like I expected to see from this Overlook team. The 3-0 with a minute 40 to go. That's what you want to be paying attention to. Game 1 of Swiss, when you have come through as a top 8 contender in the region during the last Open. Want to see that Game 1 go relatively easily in your favor, and it wasn't for the longest time. But finally, Overlooked here to have just clicked something into place, just upped the tempo a little bit, and they've made Charmy start to struggle in their own back line. J-Box looking for this waterfall, cleared away. Lunatic goes up, looking for the pass. There's an opportunity, but again, Charmy doing a good job defensively, and to be fair, if in the next 60 seconds all that happens is a couple of shots and nothing else, I'm not going to be complaining, Pegasus. That would have been a comfortable Game 1.
Absolutely, but I want a bit more.
Ooh,
Lunatic
ooh.
with a flip reset! He's insane, he's crazy, he's Lunatic, ladies and gentlemen.
That's what you want to see from Lunatic. We know he's got the techers. We know he can pull that out when required. And if he's starting to do that in Game 1 of the day, just imagine what's going to be happening in Game 5, 6, 7. No.
Careful.
No, careful. As the ball across, 40 seconds remaining. Overlooked. Still comfortable, still confident, and still on top, as Charmy might want one for the road. It's not going to happen on this occasion. J-Box sends it away. There's a demo downfield. Back has been taken out. There is a chance as it comes off the backboard, but nothing really more there from Overlook. But I love the aggression, getting those bumps, making sure it's difficult for Charmy to convert defense into offense. That's going to serve them really well later in this event.
Certainly well. Lunatic will pop this one high, and it's a final victory lap, but they're still hunting for that 5th goal. This is going to be one of those teams that once they find a lead, they're not just going to hold on to it. They're going to look to extend and win in that mental aspect as well. They certainly did in that second half. We started to see a little bit of a scared Charmy team against them. Once Overlooked had picked up that consistency, it looks pretty close to unbeatable, Rhino. If they continue this for the remainder of this series, it's going to be a pretty quick one.
Yeah, it certainly is. And, you know, you've got to consider the names that we've got on this Overlooked team. They are going to strike fear into a lot of people in the region because they are so well known. And I was really impressed with that Game 1. Yes, it took them a little while to warm up, get their feet under them, but as soon as they did, it was so clear the gulf in quality between these two rosters. And Overlooked just started to really extend, and the demo on the goal line sets it up, but you can't take anything away from Lunatic's play there. Just gorgeous.
If it was an open net, I'd be just as impressed, frankly, if there was no defender there in the first place. It's a tough angle. It's creative as well to collect his reset for it. If there was an available goalkeeper not being charged at by another Overlooked player, they would have really had to put in the effort to stop that strike. It had so much power behind it. And if you want to look at this game in a wider context, Overlooked did enter this Swiss stage as the 2nd seed, and with the BU system, that means this is the 2nd toughest team in the lower half to face. And Overlooked don't seem to be struggling whatsoever, showing more that they're the 2nd seed than their opponents are the 2nd toughest they could have been.
Yeah, absolutely. This is Overlooked just starting to exert pressure now and kind of tightening the noose around Charmy's neck as this one off the left-hand side, looking for a teammate inside, and that's a very aggressive jump from Lunatic. Those are the kind of plays that you might get caught out for later if we do play the likes of Akina Trope. Of course, in the same side of the bracket, we hope, as you say, based on the BU system, that we shouldn't meet the Kinotrope boys in this bracket, but they are there. They are a potential opponent, and so we do need to be very aware of our positioning, of our kind of communication, and making sure we don't overextend in these early games, which could set us up for failure later in Swiss.
Absolutely. It's rather unlikely that Kinotrope would ever be an opponent, especially if they do go 3-0 at that point. Even if Overlook's got a loss, they're definitely escaping the toughest team in the group. That being said, open net here for J-Box. It's just a quick breakaway, and you've got to be able to slot these ones away. You've got to see that they're available. It starts off with a bit of a demo, and that was ambitious from J-Box in the first place. Taking that mid-left boost, anticipating that this play was going to be resolved by his two teammates, and should that come out for him, so be it. I like the confidence, quick out the gates here, and the defensive capabilities have been strong in the exit third. However, it's all been Lunatic this time, though. I believe he saved his own shots.
I think he did as well. Yeah, that's what I was a bit confused about. There's an opportunity here. Backboard goes, and great work from Lunatic to scramble across the line to get in front of that ball. And Overlook's defense looks relatively strong at this particular moment. They're reading a lot of the things that Charmy are doing. They're able to get in the way of most of the shots, and I'm also not seeing too many double commits. Now, again, these are things that Caster Curse is known for cursing, so we may see one of those towards the end of this series. But as it stands, I'm liking the setup right now. Nunkey's got these boys playing really well as a unit.
Always appreciate the positivity that comes from your end, but like you said, it does bring a lot of curses coming off the corner, though. They look uncursable. Yu though makes a save. Backer gets that demo against Lunatic. Now he'll sit back behind, but that just gives him a front-facing ball to attack, though that double is just too strong. Opens up his own field, takes it up himself, places this perfectly out of danger, and Taha can only predict. The ball was in Backer's court, and he landed that slam dunk.
Yeah, I don't know what you think about Taha's positioning there, Pegasus, to be honest with you. I think maybe it would have been better served going up onto that backboard and trying to play from above the crossbar. Seems to have the time to be able to make that play, but in the end was kind of caught a bit flat-footed in the back, and so the Caster Curse does come through. It was always going to after the initial comment. So
they're fired.
Yeah, I am officially no longer a part of Overlook. So I've made a consistent lapse of my judgment. It's very sorry to everyone involved.
Oh my goodness. Well, Overlooked still have a lead to maintain unless Rhino has anything to say about it. Medusa inside, and he didn't even speak.
That wasn't me.
I'll take it. You know what?
Anything.
I'll take it. I'll take it. This one was mean, chat, but ultimately, that's a really well-worked play. Medusa taking that ball off that back wall, and Bakker just has complete free reign at that front post, especially with it coming off, and both players in defense for Overlook just somewhat camping that goal line. It leaves so much space ahead. But it is tough sometimes to play those corner infield plays, especially when you've got opponents that are willing to mix it up in that aspect, not constantly just banging it off that corner, not always going for those individual 50s. Sometimes they'll play it off that back wall, and it does keep you on your toes. It's a way to get your Swiss stage started. It gets that correct mentality. Lunatic has claimed a life. Can't claim that second ball, however, so it will remain even between these two sides. A similar point to where we were before, but there are scores on the doors. A Lunatic will look to add another. Taha hits the crossbar. Now Medusa has his work cut out for him, blocked by J-Box.
Yeah, you can see that Overlook's now just starting to regain that confidence they lost for a moment, starting the game 2-0 up and then falling to 2-2 is going to cause problems. And that's now a hat-trick from Bakker, and it's calamitous, really. Taha needed to get that second touch as it came down off the ceiling, wasn't able to. J-Box stranded beyond the goal line. And Charmy turned this one around. They are 3-2 up now with 60 seconds to go.
I believe that's a hat-trick as well for apparently Bakker, who has played really well in this second game. Medusa Their own regards, 2 assists to their name. Yu will be the one to force this one through after the strong kickoff. That was Jinxie-esque, if anyone was watching that last night.
Too soon. Too soon to bring that up, man. Gotta let it breathe for at least a week. Medusa off the backboard, gets it middle. Taha with the clearance, the demo from backer onto J-Box. Gonna bring too many issues right now for Overlooked until J-Box does respawn. Hits that one, looking for backboard. Backer sends it away.
Oh,
And there was a go-ahead opportunity there for Yu. Didn't come through. The shot does come in. Yu's going to have another chance. No, decides to back away, which is the right decision. J-Box gets it over him. Medusa covering on the goal line, but a team bump could lead to issues. Overlook just not putting as many resources forwards as we have seen so far in this game. Maybe a little bit nervous, maybe a little bit concerned about the scoreline, as they rightly should be, but they need at least another goal to get game number 3 in their favor, get that momentum, and maybe there it is. Taha into the top right corner. I called for it and I got it. That's exactly what Overlook's needed.
absolutely. There's been a lot of attacks like this where they just send that ball out early, and Charmy have done so well to catch it and initiate a counter-attack before Overlooked can really squeeze them and make them pop. In that case, though, they were efficient. They took the opportunity as it came, but with 2 seconds left on the clock at the time of that kickoff, it was going to be a very low probability that they were going to be able to take this one over the line into overtime. So instead, it will be the first game loss of Open 2, but still the full series to play for. A bit more needed out of Overlooked, but we said this was a team looking to build consistency. And of course, in Open 2, it's still early days. It's still the Swiss, and they actually went all the way to round 5 in Open 1.
Yeah.
Rhino, despite them having such success in the GSL, it didn't start off all rosy, and it does look like it's going to be that case yet again.
Yeah, it's a tough position to be in at the moment for Overlooked, because as we kind of mentioned in game number 1, you do expect coming through as a top 8 in the region from the first Open of the year to get past the challenge of the first game of Swiss relatively easily, and that has already not been the case. It won't be a 3-0, it will be at least a 3-1 if that is to come through. Of course, we could still go to all 5 games here in this first series of the day. So Charmy, I have been impressed with the way that they've adapted to Overlooked's playstyle. Overlooks now just need to make sure that they have more in the tool chest. They're not that one-dimensional team. They don't just have one look that they can go towards. They need to be able to adapt. They need to be able to change their playstyle a little bit to match the opponent. Let's see if they can.
Well, nothing changes about Lunatic. Quick out of the gates. Mechanical, flip reset. Attempted straight off the kickoff. Apparently, Backer has got nothing left in the tank. That was the hat-trick hero in the previous game to keep that alive for Charmy. The pinch from Lunatic doesn't steal its way through. And this is going to be our tricky player of the roster, the one that can make magic happen at any instant. A corner read would certainly suffice! Unbelievable! When you need a hero, when you need a confidence booster, a shot like that will certainly do the job.
And that is what Lunatic has been known for, getting those just crazy reads, crazy plays, going for them at any given moment. And that time, that angle is disgusting. Charmy won't be deterred. He will look to equalize just as quickly. Cleared away by Taha. Does it go over the last man? It does, off the backboard. No one there to follow through from Overlook. Taha puts it middle. J-Box waiting. Medusa does enough. But Overlooks just looks to be that step faster in the first 60 seconds of this game. Is that going to drop for us? No, off the crossbar. Still an opportunity. Lunatic shoots. Saved by Backer.
All 3 players were on the goal line there. It was going to be really tough to try and find a gap to break his way through. That's when you get relying on the second and third man to just pick up that ball and try and prevent the counterattacks as they come. Instead, the ball is going to be in the third of Overlooked. It's temporary. Taha already up, looking for that redirect double tap. Yu though Does interrupt with that backboard pass, and I spoke about how important it is to be the second man. Medusa has done so well. J-Box though matching it defensively with a tip off a crossbar. Another catch by Taha again. This is some end-to-end action. The pure, rawest definition. But when you want to go all the way, Overlooked have done it twice to none.
And it's important now not to get complacent. 2-0 up. Still over 3 minutes to go. Overlooked have been here before in that game number 2. They need to make sure they don't let their foot off the gas, that they continue to get goals and attack the Charmy net. It's exactly what they will do off this kickoff. Chance, Lunatic doesn't get in front of his man. J-Box. It bounces up off that bottom corner, so Yu will bring it through. Gets a reset. Taha to try and challenge. Gets the bump, and Lunatic's back to get the save. Medusa dropping it down for Baka. Takes the shot wide. Charmy going strong again after going 2-0 down early.
Back onto the corner. It was a demo just to open up the space. Look to try and slow down this counter-attack, but Medusa respawns immediately back in the flow of the rotation. They haven't missed a beat. That double commit, however, does ruin all that progress. And J-Box uses the stress of the position to his advantage. And Medusa simply fails the test. The low 50s straight into that bottom corner. And that was what you were calling for. Just a little bit of calm, a bit of poise in front of nets. Not throwing anything away. Instead, it appears to be Charmy that made those odd few mistakes that ended up building up to that one opportunity. But this was the main man. Apparently Baka stopped early here by J-Box. The second man sent completely away. Lunatic will blast this one off the backboard. Medusa does well to catch. Good control. Apparently Baka is going to be that next man on. Immediately dives up that wall. Looks to find Blue Car inside. Instead, just J-Box to reach. Lunatic sends it long.
Oh my goodness gracious. That redirect almost found that top corner. Wasn't able to on this occasion. Baka takes it through. Good clearance down the right-hand side. Lunatic backboard. Maybe actually going for goal. Pushed away. J-Box keeps the pressure on. Chance for Taha. Just hits that left upright. And Overlooked. A little bit lucky that I guess they don't actually need the goal so far. They really should be 4-0 up, but they're not going to complain too much unless this one goes the distance.
Oh.
And now that miss looks a little bit worse.
This is such an awkward ball for that final man because Medusa commits forward. You can see that trail coming off the back of his car. You don't know if he's going to get that extra touch. And when you're on that back wall, you just have to commit early. That's one of those rare moments you'd rather be grounded and you can at least adjust yourself in the air. And Medusa was patient in that regard. Eventually the decision was not to take a touch whatsoever. It's a nice initial goal, but still little time left on the clock, and Overlooked by all means certainly can score more, but it's going to go worse before it gets better. Apparently Baka again being the player on the score sheets.
Just too easy. Too easy for Charmy. As soon as Baka beats that first man, there's no one back ready for that breakaway. You just get the feeling that sometimes if either of these teams are attacking, just like here, then just shoot on target and you're likely to score. That was a nice opportunity from Lunatic. Doesn't quite make it work. Yu out of the corner. There is not many back. And Baka ties things up. His second of the game. And Overlooked once again a dominant position thrown away.
Just very, very leaky. I believe that was J-Box on the line. You realistically should have had that clearance. He'll feel frustrated as a result. That one stinging the fingertips and more. Taha has to turn on this one awkwardly. J-Box has to recover himself as well. Lunatic doesn't want to commit too early. Waits for those follow-up touches. The big challenge does pay dividends. Now it's about converting it forward. You spoke about earlier that luxury of not needing a goal. That's an earned position. There's certainly no luck about it, but with how they have not been able to block off those opportunities from Charmy, That's where they're going to be really feeling the woes of that now. Taha has to get that beat to the ball.
down.
He certainly does. Lunatic with the awkward turn. Doesn't go for it instead. Leaves it to J-Box. Takes it off the corner. Inside space is found. And a snipe finds its way to the left half off the goal. Deceptively difficult. And this should be game.
1 second to go. Got to keep the ball up from kickoff. Have Charmy, and we'll see if they're able to do that. As the ball will actually go into the air, but it's J-Box who wins the kickoff. Baka trying to keep it alive, and they're not going to do enough. Overlooked. Well, it should have been a little bit easier than it was, Pegasus, but they do take home game number 3, and they're now 1 game away from going 1-0 in Swiss.
Let's just take a few breaths. How about that?
Okay.
Let's just take a few breaths between these games. All right. In through the nose. And out through the mouth. Do that a few times whilst I speak here, because that last game, it was a little bit concerning. Okay, we do everything right forward. This is one of the most insane goals I've ever seen from Lunatic to start us off. Everything's going well. The opponents are double committing. J-Box is locked in. And then what happens? Look at the clock. 80 seconds remaining, and all of a sudden it just starts to fall apart that little bit. It's all these little errors, a comedy of them. I mean, Lunatic pushes so high on that second goal specifically. That just throws away the chance. We also saw in the third, it was J-Box who was on that goal line that couldn't power through that ball, and it just snuck past him. And even before that, oh, that's a lovely slow-mo of a Lunatic shot. It was just a little bit disjointed. It felt panicky. It felt a little bit... I don't want to say too cocky, because they were definitely cocky at the beginning of the game, and it was working. It was, I feel like you said during the game, Ryan, it was just a bit flat at occasions. They lost a bit of steam in that second half, and that is a concerning pattern that we have seen 2 games in a row now. So I hope for this to be the final one of the series. If it is, I want to see it in a little bit more convincing fashion, especially because with the nature of the Swiss, you win a game, you get a harder game. You lose a game, you get an easier one. We're hoping to win, and if we get a tougher opponent, I'm not sure we'll be as fortunate. Shot on by Medusa, and the defense seemingly turned to stone.
Yeah, Lunatic plays this one inside, and then Taha really not prepared, not ready for an attack. Just caught in no man's land. Really should have turned on the ball and tried to get there before anyone from Charmy has an opportunity to. Isn't able to do that, so now Taha pops this high. J-Box comes through, gets a little bit of a waterfall, needs help, doesn't get it. The breakaway is back on for Charmy, but well marshaled by Lunatic, and Taha drives this down the left side. There's a demo in the midfield. That's Medusa taking out J-Box. It might not matter, It does. Yu on the goal line, just making sure the ball doesn't cross the threshold.
Back here for Lunatic. Buys his time, beats the first, looks to bump the second. The third makes the catch. Taha just wants to slam off that backboard. That's a smart play. Keeps it simple. Doesn't go for the straight-on shot. This is some gorgeous fundamentals. Knows that all those players are going to be either out of boost or out for play. And in that case, I believe it was true for all 3 players. And this is what we want to see, especially from the supporting players alongside Lunatic. Allow him to open up that space to create an easier weakened position for his 2 teammates to get it together, stay coordinated, as they certainly can be. J-Box specifically has been excellent in that regard at the time where, of course, Overlooks have found their groove. And for now, the groove is maintained. But the ball at the halfway line of that demo coming out. It's J-Box who landed it. Medusa takes it over. But save comes through, but it's still dangerous. Lunatic has to get that beat. The waterfall lands so favourably. Double 50 comes through. And as much as that feels unfortunate, that's what having the ball in the centre simply does. Oh my goodness, it was more unfortunate than it looked from the first angle.
I mean, what are we doing here? That is absolutely insane. On the backboard, Lunatic thinks he's done enough, but it's just positioning from Charmy was better, and there's a bump on the goal line as well. Baka continues to be the thorn in the side of Overlooked. And Charmy 3-1 up with 3 minutes 15 to go. We have seen recoveries from this kind of position, but credit where it's due. That's a really nice play.
That is a really nice play, but just not what you want to see on the side of Overlooked. Got to pick up some pace. They haven't been a team to claw themselves back from a deficit, simply because it's usually been Overlooked getting that early lead, but in the last 90 seconds, all of a sudden, Charmy just lock in, and they start to struggle. This is time to show off a bit of personality. I said that a lot of today's action is going to be an introduction to those at Overlooked. Those that have supported them through thick and thin, no matter the region, no matter the team. They want to be able to rally behind these troops as well. And this would be a great show for them. Lunatic flip reset. Still gets this one under, despite not getting that flip touch. J-Box is 50. Doesn't quite find a teammate as he'd like. Taha committed to that right-hand side. 50-50 simply lost. J-Box wants a man in. And J-Box is all the way back here. Demo comes out. And despite all that offense, again, it falls rather flat. That was on target, but Lunatic. Desperation dive does come in. The save comes through. That just can't fall in our favour. Still 2 minutes to go, though.
Yeah, you have to say, the Charmy defense has looked really shaky. It looks more shaky when Lunatic controls the ball and takes it over everybody. But the point I was about to make there is that Overlooked up to this point haven't taken advantage of those double commits, haven't taken advantage of the Charmy defense being not as strong as other teams certainly will be able to put forward. So Overlooked, they really need to start taking more chances, getting more opportunities, and that doesn't necessarily mean send all of your resources forwards like we've seen them do and get caught out. That's not what I'm looking for at all. But it's the clinicality, it's the shot positioning that needs to improve from Overlooked at this point. And they've got a minute 35 to do that.
It's all about those follow-ups. Like I said a little bit earlier in this series, you've just got to be quicker to these loose balls. And Lunatic, it usually is the player to get that beat every single time. That 50 was certainly a high risk for not too much reward. Possession was still Charmy. It's Lunatic, though. Able to catch it again. Claims the soul as well for the taking. Apparently Baka goes so high in that ball. That is confidence from Charmy. But 1 minute left. You're about to hear that call. That's going to increase the heart rate for the player. They've got to get out that battering ram.
Yeah, they do. See if they can. It's a good boost steal from Lunatic. Taha out of the corner. J-Box favourite to get there. Taha gets a demo on the goal line. But once again, not capitalised upon by Overlooked. And the counter is there. The counter might work. Just hits the post. Overlooked's lucky to escape. Still 1 goal down. 35 seconds left to go. Yu out of the corner. J-Box wins it. Needs to get past the second one. Not going to happen. Out of the corner. Medusa does enough. Off the left-hand side. Cleared away. J-Box waiting, but that touch isn't really good enough. And Charmy clear their lines.
There was a little bit of a bump there in the offense, and it made all the difference to the position. And Overlooked definitely could have had fair opportunities off the back of it. 10 seconds left to go, though. A goal required if they want a game to end here in 4. But once more, ladies and gentlemen, Lunatic does it again.
Sometimes you just got to rely on the opposition to make a mistake. And that's exactly what happens there. Baka, who's been lights out for a lot of this series, makes a mistake off that backboard. Means his team are left a little bit short. That will give Overlooks the opportunity to get back into this one and take us to OT. First OT of the day. Overlooked win it. They will be through into the next round of Swiss 1-0.
And this would be an incredible recovery for how this game did somewhat fall apart at that middle game. Towards the end, though, picked up that pace again. And they've earned themselves this position. J-Box lands that 50, wants that bump instead, connects with the ball. And that clearance out here for Charmy does put it in that safe corner. There was a player available to clear it out. Instead, though, it has fallen back towards their favour. Apparently, Baka as a teammate inside. J-Box though will get there first every single opportunity. Lunatic does well not to turn on that initial occasion, is somewhat sitting in the dead zone of defense there on that back wall, and that's always going to be a cause for trouble. But J-Box gets creative, pulls a trick out to clear it out for defense. That was a shaky position. That should have been game.
Yeah, it should have been, and against a better team it might have been. But Overlook survive, and now the counter once again. These are the kind of plays that we are nervous about from an Overlooked perspective, because Charmy have proven time and time again that the speed of their counter attacks is one that Overlook struggle to deal with. Well, off that right side, Backer, that's a double commit once again. Should be able to take advantage of from Overlook, but it's not going to happen. And you just start to wonder what Overlooks were thinking here. That double commit, Taha tried to get around, but they're not playing the high percentage 50s. They're playing very low percentage 50s of trying to win. And that is causing problems on defense. Charmy take game number 4. And we are going to be going to Champions Field already in the day.
That was just a wrong decision from Taha. It really was. He jumped early, realised that that was not a ball he should be going for. That's why he landed down, tried to wave dash, get a good 50. But by that point, the play was already dead. I was already somewhat cringing at that first opportunity. And it's those little moments that really do make all the difference. You've got to give credit where credit is due to the opponents. When they get given that inch, they do take it a mile. That punishing nature that we'd love to see on the side of Overlooked, and at times we certainly have done. That was excellent there from Lunatic, a perfect example. You're going to see the mechanics, of course, from that dribble taking its way forward, but recognising that he had that space, being that bit patient and watching that first man commit his momentum past him so that he was stuck in that 1v2 position instead, where the opponents didn't quite expect that he was going to have so much space in the first place. These are the difference-making positions, but realistically, if you're scoring 3, it should be enough at this level of the game. They've just got to lock it down right now, and at times they're just giving away these goals for free. Content for their first ever series, though. We are going to game 5.
We certainly are. 5 minutes of Rocket League to be played, and in a Swiss where you do have the likes of Kinotrope just waiting for teams to not play to their full potential. It's a concern for Overlooks right now. They will need to lock in for this game 5. Make sure they take it in a 1-0 fashion. Otherwise, well, we could be in for a very long day indeed, Pegasus. But Yu off that right side, well intercepted by Taha. But again, no real resources used to try and challenge that. They want to box in Charmy. They want to win the ball in the midfield and spark an attack that way. So far, it's not really been working.
Apparently back up. Sends this one over. Taha, oh my goodness. Lee gets a double tap there off his back wall. Almost led to a perfect pass to Lunatic. Instead, Charmy have continued with this pressure. It was ignited long before, and that remains burning. Yu just knocks it over that first. Knows that he doesn't have to go for anything more there, but does get a demo for his troubles. It's neutral. Medusa. Fat corner. No one's going to be available. That's a big clearance. A Lunatic is that player you want in that position, but a redirect doesn't come through. Double commit here for Charmy. This is the opportunity that you have to take. And J-Box does it in unbelievable fashion.
Yeah, I love to see that from J-Box. Had enough boost to be able to move around to the ball as it came off that backboard. So Overlooked once again take the lead, as they have done in so many of these games. It hasn't necessarily always meant that a game victory is on the cards. For the moment, solid start to this game number 5, as Medusa will try and bring this away on the ground. J-Box sending it over to that right hand side, over the top of Yu. This is so awkward. What Rocket League is this? Out of the corner, off the backboard, cleared away. Waiting there is J-Box, comes off the crossbar. That should be 2-0.
It looked like my screen lagged the way the ball was bouncing about. That reminded me of my Xbox days. 150 ping, the internet was not good. Overlooked aren't rewarded. Yu takes this ball high. One opportunity is all it takes. Quality over quantity. So far the scores are settled to equal. But someone needs to get a grasp of the other.
Yeah, they certainly do. And again, it's a nice go-ahead goal from Charmy, but Overlooks need to be prepared for these kinds of plays. And the rotation speed that I'm seeing from Overlooks right now, it feels like I talk about rotation speed a lot for a lot of the teams that we broadcast for, but it is true. It affects so much of the game. And right now, Overlooked converting offense into defense just aren't moving quick enough, but their offense moves nice and quickly. Not going to happen there. Good save from Yu, but more aggression from Overlooked as Taha just trying to find his way out of this corner and struggling to do so. Lunatic over the top. Reset. Goes low. Doesn't quite get all of it. And so Overlooked have another opportunity out of the corner. J-Box plays it across. Just toying with Charmy right now. Not taking the killer shot. A good save by Backer as well.
A lot of pressure here, but still it needs that substance. Ultimately, the ball has to find the back of the net, and time has been given in a few of these rotations for Charmy to stock up on those boost counts. Usually, when you do maintain such offense, you want to squeeze them out. You want to have them get weaker over time. That didn't really feel like the case on Charmy's end. They kept themselves composed. Their boost usage was so efficient. And speaking of efficiency, one shot, one goal. Medusa again with 90 seconds left.
It's been all Overlooked pressure for most of this game. And then one counter-attack from Charmy is enough to undo this Overlooked roster. You just start to wonder if they have been working on defense in the mini off-season that we've had, because at the moment, it doesn't look like it. Early in the series, I praised Overlooked for the way that they were rotating. I said that I was quite happy with the non-committal and the no double commits, but Overlooked have been shell-shocked here. And Backer getting another opportunity. It's yet another double commit, but it's yet another poor 50 from Taha.
It is indeed. Unfortunately, that has been somewhat of a recurring issue in this series at hand. It's such a small thing, but it makes such a large difference. That was a required kickoff goal for Overlooked. That clock running down. We've said it many times before, Rhino. At this point, it becomes a fourth man for the team that's ahead. And Overlooked need to make sure they can get this game back in control, but a kickoff will be returned. And all that progress goes to naught. And crucially, an extra 2 seconds winds down.
Yeah, certainly 2 goals now to find for Overlooked. We have seen them make pretty incredible comebacks so far, but this one just feels like there's a little bit more to it than just scoring 2 goals. You have to keep Charmy out, and full respect to the Charmy roster. They have been making sure that they've been getting opportunities over and over again. Should be a goal here. Taha sends that one wide. Backer sends it away. J-Box will collect. Then around the houses, trying to get the ball back into the middle, and it might now be time to just commit forwards, and that's a nice shot. Good save by Yu, but a player out of position now is not capitalized on by Overlooked.
Oh, and Taha was so high there on that position, but did actually well to assess that that opportunity was never going to find the target, and you have to throw the kitchen sink at them at this point. They did have that 2-goal deficit, but now with 10 seconds left, it feels like this initial result is going to be guaranteed. Not quite the beginning that Overlooked were looking for, of course, with this top 4 roster. However, this story, I'm sure, ends with a happy ending. For now, though, Rhino, we've seen our first real hitch in the road.
Yeah, and I would imagine that Nunki, in between this game and the next one, is going to get the hairdryers out, because he absolutely needs to. This is an Overlooked side that have a lot of positives going forwards, a lot of good attacking pressure, but their defense is woeful. And if I could swear on stream, I would at this particular point about that defense, because it's the words cannot describe the level that we're seeing right now. And I think it just needs to be reminded. You know, players just need to be reminded of the fact that this is not the first time we've been in this situation as a team. That, you know, Daybreak frontline quality in that first open, but they had a similar problem. They went to Series 5 in Swiss in that first open because of this issue. And they need to lock in sooner rather than later, because that, as I say, I hope that I don't have to watch another defensive performance like that today. That was dreadful.
Absolutely, and the real frustration of that series is how strong the offense was for Overlooked. They were scoring enough goals in every single game. They weren't getting completely whitewashed. Oftentimes it was them getting an extended lead that had you wanting to skip forward like it was a YouTube video, but eventually the opponents stepped up. Charmy were very impressive. You've got to give them credit there. We spoke about players wanting to show off their personalities on the pitch here, showing that bit of perseverance, that grit, especially when they're falling so far behind. And Charmy lost with flying colours in that regard. They've got to be very impressed with how that has happened. But now it is going to be a round 2 of Swiss in Valois. Still 3 wins required if you want a little bit of positivity out of this one. It is unlikely now that we will play Keener Well, surely 3-0 their way out of Swiss. What the record stands to be for Overlooked is 0-1. How it ends is yet to be decided. Round 2 coming to your screens very soon, ladies and gentlemen. We'll see you then.
just to be where you are. In a world I can see where you are, though you are meant to be. Wish you're here next to me where you dream just to be where you are. In a world I can see where you are, though you are meant to be. Wish you're here next to me where you won't you come over? Dying to know where you came from. We're breaking open. Feel like our future's just begun. And all I know is that we lost time. If we stay right here, we could free ourselves inside. We'll stay awake forever. We'll hide away where no one knows. Let's run away together. Just lead me into your world. We'll stay awake forever. We'll hide away where no one knows. Let's run away together on our own. Just lead me into your world. Waiting for no one. We're headed straight up for the sun. They'll never notice. We'll take these cities on our own. if we stay right here, we could free ourselves inside. We'll stay awake forever. We'll hide away where no one knows. Let's run away together. Just lead me into your world. We'll stay awake forever. We'll hide away where no one knows. Let's run away together on our own. Just lead me into your world.
searching for the break of a day to follow away to you. 'Cause at the end of the day, I'm looking for no reason to change. 'Cause everything is good for you. Baby, I can see we're gonna shout it out to the sky. Tell our secrets to the night, so we can see the end inside. We're gonna shout it out to the sky. When I look into your eyes, I can see no better light, better light than love. Baby, I can see we're gonna shout it out to the sky. Tell our secrets to the night, so we can see the end inside. We're gonna shout it out to the sky. When I look into your eyes, I can see no better light than love.
Oh, I dream just to be where you are, in a world I can see where you are, though you are meant to be. Wish you're here next to me, where you are. dream just to be where you are in a world I can see where you are, though you are meant to be. Wish you're here next to me where you
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Overlook stream. We've seen round one with a new organisation, of course, taking Daybreak Frontline forward, and it wasn't quite the dream start that we would like. It went all the way to Game 5, in all fairness. It was the second toughest team that could have been from the lower half of the Swiss. But at the same time, Rhino, we were supposed to be the second seed in this group. Unfortunately, now we do sit in the 0-1 bracket, waiting on our opponents for this upcoming game. But Rhino, it was a tough pill to swallow, but this has somewhat been the tale of the cards for these three players for quite some time now. They have those moments of flash. Lunatic certainly did for basically the entirety of this first series, but consistency needs to be built. We more meant that between series, not games.
Yeah, we certainly did. You're absolutely right on everything you just said there. It was a really tough game one to watch, I think, from pretty much everyone, and I would imagine it was a tough game to play for the players as well. So a little bit of a recovery, a little bit of a recuperation needed, and I tell you what, that it might be exactly what we get in this second game of the day, because, well, our opponents are the only team to have not checked in for this entire bracket. So, I mean, we can take a look at what the matchup should be if we are going to get into it, and it will be Overlooked versus Spite. And Spite, a team that DQ'd in the first round of the day, and it is looking more and more like they will be DQing in the second round of the day as well.
I am actually looking back at the history of this roster. Crunchy, Dan, and 40 Mula 7. They actually did compete in Open 1. I say compete. They actually triple forfeited out of their Swiss. And I'm looking back as well, where this very same organisation name was used in Open 4 of RLCS 2025. And it was a similar pattern. They qualified to the Swiss stage and then immediately forfeited all 3 rounds. So the chance of us seeing this team, admittedly, Rhino, is rather low. If it was, it would actually be their first played game in a Swiss stage, and they've qualified for at least 3.
Yeah, just a team that seems to love playing double elim, and maybe they just don't agree with the Swiss format, so they just don't show up. I don't know. I can't put words in their mouth, but J-Box, Lunatic, and Taha, even if we do get into the server, I mean, again, we said this about game 1 of the day, that they would be the overarching favourites, and that would be the case even more so with this Spite roster. We are just under 2 minutes away from guaranteeing ourselves a DQ if Spite decide that they don't want to check in before that point, Pegasus. So, look, I think it's important to note that even if this does go to a DQ, There has been a fair amount of time since Series 1 with some bracket issues behind the scenes. What do you think the Overlooked team need to be talking about in preparation for their next game of Rocket?
I just need them to stay warm. I just need them to calm down a little bit. I'm not sure how much of a conversation really needs to be said about that first series. Frankly, they had the offensive capabilities to win. It was just too many times where they let it slip. I mean, they actually did have a few good defensive moments as well, where they were tipping those balls off to the crossbar.
Yeah.
There were moments of safety where they unexpectedly were able to hold down the line, and then there would just be these mechanical errors, these one slip of the mind, get out of rotation type errors as well. It just felt like a series of one-off mistakes where otherwise they were rather swallowed. It's not that they're not good enough, and it has come through, Rhino. That is a disqualification for Spike. They have already forfeited that spot. And listen, I don't want to throw around allegations for players playing for a paycheck, but 29 to 32nd gives you $300, and you don't get a pay increase until you make the top 16. So, you know, if a team were to join multiple APAC Opens and not believe they're good enough for top 16 and were here just to collect a paycheck of $300, a cheeky $100 each, maybe you would just play the first day and not show up the next one. Not saying that team is doing that, but
No,
you know, they've done the same thing on a few occasions. So I'm not saying it's outside the realm of possibility. Either way, Overlooked given that free win, and is this good for Overlooked Rhino? Would we have rather see them play here just to get some gameplay in and shake off that last result, or is this going to be time well spent for them?
I think it totally depends on the players. I think it totally depends on how the players react to it, and how they use this time. If they don't use the time effectively and they just kind of sit around not in free play, not trying to keep their hands warm and take it as a break, problems. That's going to cause us problems, certainly in the next round. However, if they do take that time to work as a unit, to talk with Nunki, to be able to bring the team together a little bit more and be able to try and tighten up some of those issues that we saw in game one, I think it's a good thing. I think it's a positive thing. And look, I don't think anyone is going to be complaining about a free one-on-one record in Swiss.
Yeah.
It's not a bad thing to do. So, yeah, I mean, we'll see exactly kind of what comes of the games that are currently being played, where we land, and who we play in the next round.
And as usual, ladies and gentlemen, when we are about to go to a break, we play all the highlights of the series that has just been played. So, ladies and gentlemen, enjoy these highlights. We'll see you for round 3.
Feel this tide choke my neck, and I just wonder why I'm buried in a suit I'd never buy, a suit I'd never buy. Cufflinks on my wrist, I can't act surprised when the shovels hit dirt in the earth. Did they start to cry?
faces in the crowd, but I think that I see you. One too many days got me changing up the way that I need you. Now we're both at a bar, acting like it's not hard, trying to feel something different. Talk to somebody new, kinda wish it was you, kinda numb to the feeling. Now that you're gone, they say time should heal, but it's been too long. Couple months and I can't seem to move on. I can't seem to move on. I can't seem to. I can't seem to. Not that you're gone, I can't seem to. I can't seem to. Laying on my floor, thinking about all the things that we've been through. From 24/7 to pretending like I never met you. No, it's all for the best, 'cause I know we're a mess every time we're together. Going out of my mind, and I wish I could lie, tell you that it gets better. Now that you're gone, they say time should heal, but it's been too long. Couple months where I can't seem to move on. I can't seem to move on. I can't seem to. I can't seem to. I can't seem to.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Overlooked stream. It was a fantastic performance in Series 2, which sees us in the neutral stage of the Swiss round 3. This is the swing win, and you go to that upper portion, 1 win away from qualification, lose, and you're going to have to get a perfect 2 in a row. This is going to be a big one, ladies and gentlemen. You do not want to miss this, and I certainly will not. Still, myself to picks this with Rhino. This is quite an unbelievable roster we face, because we've had a little look at Kanoko Soup. Most importantly, the ages of the 3 players on the other side. Of course, these should be names you recognize if we're talking about Mikan and Sholon in terms of history here in APAC. And that's expected because Mikan's 25 and Sholon is 30.
Yeah, I think we need to calm things down a little bit on going crazy about the ages of the players on the opposite team. They're still in their prime, broski, all right? They've still got a lot of time left, absolutely. And we will see exactly how we go from there. But Cannon coming through as the young gun, yes, pun intended, as Kanoko Soup trying to bring through a GSL stage for this roster, this full Japanese roster. Meanwhile, Overlooked, we talked about it before. There is a lot of things that need to change from that game number 1. Yes, game number 2 looked a lot better for the roster, but as we start to move forwards in this Swiss bracket, we just need to see that defense tighten up a little bit.
Absolutely, and you mentioned there Cannon, the 16-year-old, by the way, to round off this roster. Absolutely unbelievable. It does say on a record here that he does have a top 16. I'm not sure if that one was as a substitute or not. Either way, this is going to be a player looking to blast his way in the scene. And, well, you talk about wanting that bit of inspiration, that bit of experience alongside you to bring yourself forward. And what better than 2 fellow Japanese superstars?
Absolutely. So we will get this game underway. Will the Japanese superstars be able to get past Overlooked, or will Taha, Lunatic and J-Box be able to pull it together, get themselves into the 2-1 bracket? A bump early on from Lunatic, but a demo further downfield. Shelon takes a shot. Taha should be there to save and does. Pushes it into the corner already. Defense called upon and is well into action.
Wow, I looked back actually to see that top 12 performance all the way back in RLCS 2024 Major 1 Open Qualifier 2. It was a top 12 performance. Mikan was not a substitute. He played on the team alongside Cell and Lunatic. These are teammates coming up against each other.
And that is something about the Japanese scene in Rocket League, is everyone knows everybody, everyone's teamed with everybody kind of thing. So they are oftentimes seen as a little bit closed off from the rest of the APAC region. You know, it's kind of like the Japanese teams and the Japanese players and then everybody else. That's a lovely redirect saved away by Vin for the moment. And I need to try and figure out who Vin actually is. That's Cannon, I would assume, as Taha comes off the left-hand side. Lunatic gets an interception. But even with that kind of closed-off mentality that it seems like the Japanese scene has, they're still able to produce top-level talent. We can see that already in Lunatic and J-Box, and now taking a real look at Cannon, this young 16-year-old who might be able to show us something here against Overlook.
Lunatic takes this ball up high, slams down off that waterfall. Shaolin will be the one to follow. And as far as games go in a 1-on-1 bracket, this is definitely not going to be one that comes easy. You've got all that experience on that other roster, but then the energy behind the youngster as well, who will be looking to try and lead the charge. It'll be interesting to see what kind of play style that they have. The young players having that reputation to be the more mechanical side of things, but someone needs to take the mantle of that calmer position for the next generation. This time it's going to be J-Box trying to flex his muscles. Doesn't find the target. More chances are going to be required, but that's a lovely warning shot.
Yeah, it certainly is. And Overlooked just starting to string a couple of these passes together, starting to get that team play online. Taha will now try and bring this on away. Off the ceiling, gets past 2. Mikan is there waiting, and Mikan actually just fakes that one out. Taha Moves away from the play, thinking that it's going to be an easy collection from Mikan, but gives himself a little bit of extra time. Chance there from J-Box. Go ahead won't come through. This now is Taha off that backboard. Nice pass down the line. Lunatic trying to get that nasty flick through, wanting the bump as well. Taha goes by. J-Box with an opportunity. Stuffed by Xiaolong.
Back on to Shaolin here. To try and bring this ball up. Lunatic does so well to block this ball off. J-Box. Right, so send this one flying long. Has an option inside in Taha. Use him as a fake instead. Wants to sneak it in that near post. To come through off that first attempt, but that's going to keep the defense guessing for the rest of the game. And that's what's always so special about Lunatic, and we've already seen that today. He's so dynamic. He can change his plan in the final second, and he never goes for the same shot twice unless he's confident. Redirect though for Shaolin will be left open. And J-Box, we saw him go up. I don't think we expected the connection to land with the Kanoko suit player. But it's just the slightest of mysteries, and an amazing tile as well. The kickoff, Asia Grand Finalist. I didn't even know that existed.
Yeah, absolutely. Xiaolong, a long storied history here in APAC. And unfortunately, it's just a mystery there from J-Box, as you say. A matter of pixels away from getting a touch on that ball, and all of a sudden, Xiaolong won't be able to have that shot. So, close, but still goes in the favour of Kanoko Suit, who now try and extend back down the other end of the field. Sent forwards. J-Box trying to get in front of Mikan. Not able to do so. Mikan off that left side, getting the better of another one. Looking for the pass. Beautifully done. But Cannon decides to sit back rather than go for the early aggression. Xiaolong now trying to challenge the back lines of Overlooks. Pass towards the back post. Easily dealt with by Lunatic. Mikan just sends the ball high, which actually is going to favour J-Box here. He's going to look to get the better of Cannon. Can't do so. Following through his Taha. It's a shot on, but it's got all the pace of a dying snail. And with 30 seconds left, Overlooks need a goal.
All down here. It is going to be Cannon to try and pop that ball high. It's these later stages where often we have seen Overlooked let a few goals slip. This time they're going to have to do the complete opposite. They've got to inflict that pain that they have felt themselves in that first series today. J-Box looks to make it happen. Musty flick. And the double tap doesn't land either. 5 seconds down. We've seen the 0 seconds. It was Lunatic last time. J-Box has been so creative in the game so far, but it will not be enough. One goal will make the difference.
And you got to say, that is by far the lowest scoring game that APAC will see maybe ever. 1-0. It just never happens. That you don't expect that from this kind of region. And it's an interesting result, all things considered. 1 goal in the game, and it was just from a slight misplay from J-Box. Just misjudges that one. Unlucky as it goes over his head, and Xiaolong capitalizes. That's all it was, and Overlooked are going to take a little bit of confidence from that, I think, as they were able to make it a close game. But yeah, by the same token, they need to be more effective in front of goal.
Absolutely. There's just got to be that extra layer of consistency here, and that has been the word of the day. It will continue to be the word of the day because we know they've got that pop of potential. We just need to see it unfold now. It's been J-Box for me who has stood out in that first game. He was strong in the first series today. He was by no means quiet, but I feel like we're going to see a different side of him now, looking to try and build up the back of those previous performances. They've been given that way out with that forfeit victory to see them in this middle stage of the Swiss. And now all the gameplay has to come from the pitch. We just didn't see enough in that first game. Taha.
Nothing doing there. Lunatic able to get the better. It's not really going to waterfall. He tries to play that right back into kind of the penalty spot area. No one collects from Overlooked. J-Box, no boost to work with. Taha's got a little bit. He's able to get up and prevent that one from going downfield. Now looking for the pass towards the back post. Lunatic is there, hits the post. And the ding rings around Manfield as J-Box now getting the reset, looking for an opportunity, but there's no one there at the back post to finish the job. Taha, though, will take an extra moment, finds the snipe, and eventually the aggression pays off.
And this was certainly a goal he needed. The team needed it as well. It's just that straight ball off the back wall. And you have to catch with pure perfection. Those ones so easy to send straight towards the goalkeeper. Not as easy as he made that one look. And J-Box is back up. Looks to make it 2. Double up on early. Taha stays back. Smart out of that play. Not a time to throw the kitchen sink. Now's the time to strike. Cannon gets that first save. J-Box will sneak it past one. Demo on the second. That's not going to be a setup for a great shot, but Taha still manages to reach it. This is the step up we were talking about, Rhino. This is the improvement in gameplay. Just tucks that one past McCann. And after a low score in game 1, this might set up to be the complete opposites in the second.
Yeah, it's a perfect pass off that right-hand side, exactly where Taha needed it, because anywhere more shallow than that, and Mikan's going to be able to get there first, clear the ball away over into the corner. So, great work from everyone on Overlooked as they try and make sure that this game 2 goes in their favour. Taha feeling it now. 2 goals to his name, looking for the double there. Won't find it, but confidence. And now Lunatic and J-Box, bit of a double commit. You don't expect it from those two as the 2 countrymen. That's an opportunity for Cannon. He will find the left-hand side of the goal, and all of that comes from the earlier double commit from Overlooked.
Absolutely, and a little bit of panic there from Taha. Just wants to send it high and out of reach, but they're confident enough on the walls at this level. Catches that well. Finds the target. 3 minutes now remaining, and we've seen Overlooked lose a deficit of 3 goals, so 2 goals, certainly not outside the conversation. They're not going to let it happen on this occasion. Lunatic puts it high. Shaolin, that's a great read. It's on target. That's the equaliser. And now fears come true. History repeats itself. And this curse still looks to be amended.
I'm just looking at that replay, and I'm going, every single one on Overlooks there has made a wrong decision. not one person on the Overlook roster in that moment is doing the thing that they should be doing in that play. But nonetheless, a kickoff goal follows, and apparently the party was destroyed, which is big sad. But
It's too powerful.
it's too powerful. It's far too powerful. As 2.5 minutes still to play, Overlooks retake the lead with a kickoff goal, but they need more than that to be able to bring themselves back within for a conversation of dominating this game, because at the moment it's been very even.
It certainly has. It's been one that the neutral would struggle to predict based on the first few performances we have seen. I've been really impressed with Kanoko Suit overall. I mean, players that have played for so long. If you want to know how long, Rhino, these are 2 Japanese talents that have called themselves champions and now fall victim to J-Box. A lovely passing opportunity. Taha snipes his man so well, but the timing of the run is what really makes a difference for me there.
Yeah, that is liquid football. That's what that is. That is all 3 players getting involved in the build-up. Lovely passing inside, making every single opponent miss at any given opportunity. Lovely work from Overlooked, and we've never had a problem with their offensive prowess so far today. They've looked really good going forwards. That sums it up beautifully. That just the passing plays, as we say, we expect to see them from a team like Overlooked, and now we're starting to see them a little bit more, which is lovely. But as we say, it's the defense that is giving us a bit of a worry, and there's actually a double commit over on that far side. Taha wants to keep the play alive. Off the crossbar. Overlooked just starting to move through the gears in game 2.
We're flowing. We have found a little bit of pace now. I'm loving the rotation. But most importantly, it's the chemistry between the players now. This isn't Lunatic one-man armying the entirety of Series 1. There are options now. Players are better positioned up front. So we did actually see a few attempts across net. But oftentimes they were playing a lot for these follow-up opportunities, and that just wasn't working for them. There's been a change of plan, and got to give credits here to whoever the leader on this roster has decided to be, and of course the coach as well.
Absolutely. It's a big save coming through from J-Box, and Taha just getting a bit of a clearance, but that's a nice passing play from Kanoko Soup. They just can't make it work for them this time. Shaolin out of the corner. Opportunity dropping down. Shalon can't get in front of Taha though. Be able to clear it away down the right side. The American marauding forwards. Picked up by Lunatic. What's he got in his locker? Looking to go alone. Shaolon tells him that he's not allowed to on this occasion.
Taha to J-Box. One high ball. It will get possession away, but when you've got a boom like that, it forces out those awkward touches. One certainly came out from the Japanese side. Lunatic takes it off for corner, and this is going to be a prime shooting opportunity for J-Box. Taha was out wide, but does snipe his way back in. And Lunatic steals that one away. Well, what a game this has been for Taha. Multiple goals to his name. And a playmaker medal as well. That's 3 assists total. Pure contribution. And my goodness, a way better performance than we saw in the first series of the day. When you've not had the greatest of performances, you don't want it to last the full time. Certainly hasn't done. This is wonderful.
Yeah, it is. A much better look from the American. As now Taha out of the corner, cleared away. Oh, actually should have been cleared away by Shaolon, wasn't. And Taha will get his hat trick. That's 3 goals for the, as I say, the American on the team, and so close to a Barcelona. Not quite going to get that one over the line, but 0 seconds on the clock. Overlooked. That's the kind of game we expect from this Overlooked roster. That's the kind of play that should be coming through from these 3 players, and if they're able to keep that moving forwards now, we've talked about consistency a lot. They need to make sure that they lock this down and keep catching Kanoko Soup by surprise, because at the moment that's what they're doing brilliantly.
Taha has been just such a tricky player throughout that entire game. He hasn't been often on the ball, but when the job has required to be done, he sent those shots on target. The passes as well, it's been very quick, liquid, one-touch play from him, and has worked so well. Not wasting too much time on the ball, luring in that men, just keeping them guessing on many occasions. Is he going to go straight towards his man? There are opportunities where I was expecting a straight shot out, and instead they were playing that infield pass. You can only imagine how it feels like when you're on the pitch. We don't have as many responsibilities here on the casting desk as the players. You don't understand how much should be already going through their head, and if I'm lost, they certainly must be. And these are no slouch opposition. I had to look back at the history of these players on the side of Kanoko Soup. I said that they were APAC champions. They are both APAC North champions. Yes, back when APAC was split in North and South. That is how old school they are.
Yeah, absolutely. As Cannon bringing this one forwards. Going to be able to get too much done. J-Box just gets in front of his man, but actually finds a pass to Mikan. Not dream start to this game, but now the counter. Double demo with the ball deep in Kanoko Soup's territory. There's time for players to get back. Maybe not enough time. Shaolon will finish into the top shelf. And just under half a minute gone. And fair play to Cannon. That carry was very, very nice from that right side.
Well, that's the mechanical excellence that you usually expect with a lot of these up-and-coming players. I feel like, Rhino, that's not going to be the last time we're going to say his name, certainly for this series, certainly not for a few years either. This is going to be someone that's recurring. It's a pleasure to watch, but for now, the more experienced Overlooked do grab themselves an equaliser. A wonderful ball off the backboard again by Taha. He is pulling all the strings in this series, a true metronome.
Yeah, for sure. And we talked in Series 1 of the day as well about shot positioning and Overlooked struggling to make sure that that ball was finding its way into the corners of the goal rather than just taking a shot and hoping that there won't be a defender there. That's a really nice finish from J-Box. Is now looking for another one off the backboard. Won't really make it happen, and just want to give a shout out quickly to the North Star Gaming team who have joined us while they are waiting their next game. Unfortunately, they do have another game to play in round number 4, but wishing you all the best from us here at Overlooked. And yes, that is only because we are on different sides of the Swiss bracket, as it will be Shaolon on this right hand side. We can take it through. Taha gets a bump, maybe not too much more. J-Box now going to go ahead. Should possibly have helped his teammate out by going for the demo there. decides to back away from it. Past middle, J-Box goes up, but it's blocked away.
And that ball slammed down. McCann has a really awkward touch to make. Still pulls it off. J-Box cutting in from back corner. Has two men there at the front post on the side of Kanoko Su. The only man at the back wall was Shaolin. And he does get that pop-up high, but that low boost, that's the real killer aspect of when a team is able to apply so much pressure. It reduces the chance of the counter-attacks and, of course, weakens the defense. This defense does look weak. Lunatic takes it up that wall, but ultimately not going to be any follow-up touches. And the few that McCann was able to grab are so clean. And that has allowed the full recovery back to that neutral ground. It's going to be a midfield battle.
It is Taha trying to win that battle, gets beyond Cannon, but Cannon gets a little touch on it. It's enough to disjoint the attack. Now on the left-hand side, McCann send it away. Demo wants a shell on it, might not matter, the attack's still there. Taha saves away but won't get the boost. Still able to find the pass though. Lunatic looking for a double. No boost to work with, couldn't fix his positioning to get there. Double commit though from Kanoko Soup. All down the left-hand side. Cannon plays it high. Big interception. Another Taha 50 that goes awry. We've seen a couple of those so far today. All across the middle. Demos everywhere. Kanoko Soup look to really pressure the Overlooked net now, but with not a lot of potency as of yet.
Yeah, look at a little bit lukewarm in the offense. You'll need a bit more in the boil. Cannon wants the player to make it happen for the first goal. Lovely reset to try and set up Shaolin, but quick cutting by J-Box. The follow-up will come. Taha has to dive in. It's a tough save to make, but still able to survive and convert it to something better. Is Lunatic on the ball off that back wall. No one was there to defend it, but the ball still comes down heavy. And Kanoko Soup do have that moment of survival. Low boost off, and Shaolin looking for that top right corner, but Taha has been stalwart in defense. J-Box off the corner isn't able to cut inside on this instant. You can see Overlooked starting to press up. The demo comes through. They are desperate for this second goal. They don't want this settled in overtime. Taha almost made sure that wasn't the case. More saves being thrown out. It was two defenders' touches required to prevent that one finding the back of the net. Overlooked aren't making it easy for them, but Kanoko Soup are just so calm.
And that's the second play in a row, really, where the problem for Overlooked is second man spacing. You know, normally you would expect the second man to be almost there on the scene as soon as that first opportunity gets pushed away. Whereas you're waiting kind of 2 or 3 seconds for that second man to come through and try and make a play on the ball. That is a concern for Overlooked, because that affects your pace of play. That affects your pace of attack. Even here, Lunatic, he's going to be able to just leave that one. Taha comes through, this one off the backboard, and you would expect another man to be there right on the scene. J-Box moving this one off the right to the middle, but Lunatic just sitting in the midfield, waiting for this ball to come back. Now looking to bring it through, not going to happen. Game looks destined for an OT, and there it is.
And it's hard to pick a favourite again. You know that Overlooked have had all the possession and that offensive pressure, but it only takes one counter. Kanoko Soup have proven to be a team that are prolific when they're in that final third. Shaolin all down. Taha able to keep this ball calmly down, but Lunatic with a full tank of boost. Now I'm interested. Shaolin certainly isn't. Knocks that ball away. The first block comes out, and this could be a very scary strike. Not actually on target, but J-Box makes sure to get that touch, prevents that ball from going straight back into the danger area. Instead, the boost was forced out from Shaolin and the position as well. Now he's got to reel himself back, still on 0 as he's looking to attack towards that ball. That presence was pressure, and you can see how that has affected the positioning of Overlooked. Everyone at that front post, but it's a triple up on Taha, and he's been so strong all game, but ultimately in a 1v3, it's just pure mathematics.
Yeah, I mean, he was bullied in the net. There's nothing he can really do on that one. It's Lunatic, really, who costs Overlooked in that moment. Had a bit of boost. Wasn't expecting to be demoed in the moment. Tried to kind of catch and move through, maybe get another 50. But it's intelligent play. Intelligent attack from Kanoko Soup. And they're now one game away from going into the 2-1 rounds. Of course, overlooked. Looking a little bit shell-shocked in that game 3, and we go back to the point that we've made all day, Pegasus, about consistency. Overlooked so much the better team in game 2. Looked so professional in the way that they went about the game in game 2. In 3, well, not quite as top level as we would expect.
I feel like we're a bit cursed in APAC right now. This has happened twice now for two different teams where we've had these series where we will absolutely dominate. Absolutely dominate. 7-2, 8-2. We had it with North, so we're having it here as well. And then the game right afterwards, I don't know what happened. I mean, it wasn't a disastrous game. Let's not pretend that it was. It was pretty solid. Ultimately, I would say about 50-50 was fair. Despite all the pressure about Overlooked have, it has to be palpable. It has to find the back of the net. Ultimately, it's not the shooting stat that wins you games. It's the goals. And consistently, we saw them step forward, Kanoko Soup. They made sure to use those rare opportunities. And in a 1v3 position, of course you're going to see them get aggressive. Of course you're going to see them buy time so that those teammates can go in front. Well, you speak about intelligence, you speak about playing professional. I don't think you're going to see a team of 3 players more professional than Kanoko Soup.
Yeah, certainly. And they've made it pay right at the start of game number 4. Great work from Cannon just to keep hold of possession, find a way around Taha, and pretty easy finish in the end. Kanoko Soup take the lead, but as we've seen multiple times today, just because you go 1-0 up in a game does not necessarily mean that you will be the victor of the game. So, Overlooked, still plenty of time.
I'd love to see the fairer side of that statement in this occasion, please. Unfortunately, that's been a phrase which often has been used against us. Lunatic. Trying to drop that ball down. The ball ends up too high. Won't get that second touch. Is pounced on quickly. Taha tries to speed flip his way into position. Forced out that heavy touch from Kanoko. A little bit of calm. They'd have been able to hold that one close. It's going to be a back pass which won't reach. Taha pop up, but completely bumped off there by Shaolin. Can. Really nice ball forward. That read is gorgeous though from Cannon. The save as well from Taha required such a fast reaction time. And he was just able to extend this one out to wide. That's a lovely infield pass again. But Lunatic gets the ground bouncer. It's high off the first touch, but free for Mikan on the second. This was pure pressure from Kanoko.
Yeah, it was. And if I can take a moment just to not talk about the Rocket League and say thank you very much, Godspeed, for coming along and joining us. The raid is absolutely huge. Congratulations on getting through into GSL with a 3-0 record. Great work from you guys, and excited to see what you can do next Friday. And to be honest, it's still up for debate as to whether we will be joining you. At this moment, it's looking unlikely. Kanoko Soup making light work of Overlooked in game 4.
You're right, Rhino, and that's not something we expect to be saying at this stage of the stream. During this round 3, I'd have thought we'd have a bit more confidence. I would have thought that, frankly, we were in that 2-0 bracket right now. Instead, forced to neutral with only one actual game played. Still yet to earn ourselves a victory on the pitch. We can. 50s with Taha, Cannon. Just going to leave this one to J-Box, and that high pop does buy a lot of time, especially with Lunatic pressing forward. The backboard is free! And so is that shot for him.
Yeah, finally Overlooked have something to say in game number 4, and this is Lunatic at his best. Gets the double, makes Cannon miss. And back within 2 now, still over 3 minutes to go, and the goals have started to flow, certainly more than they did in game number 1 now, so hopefully a few more can go in the favour of this Overlooked roster. Lunatic getting past 1, looking for the pass, lovely work, Taha, bottom right corner! Shaolin, that's a big save.
And this series has been so fast-paced. Just a reminder, we are in game 4 already. Kanoko Soup just 1 win away. We need a flawless 2 from Overlooked. Otherwise, it's going to be a flawless 2 in series if they were to drop this one. Taha Tries to go for that pinch of that sidewall. There's no power behind it. Approaching that halfway point now of this fourth game. OT, the absolute bare minimum required from them, and Coco Soup have not made this easy. They haven't started pressing on the brakes either. It's still looking for that extra goal to really secure this result for them. Our team to take any performance lying down. Shaolin knows to bail away, and this position there was where I feel like there was a bit of a difference between Overlooked and Kanoko Soup. I feel like we would have tried to force that one, try and chase it down. Instead, Shaolin knew he could buy that time, saw that heavy touch, waited for his teammate to respawn, and now look at their position. It's all three Overlooked players in the nets.
Yeah, for sure, but the breakaway is on. Oh, and Lunatic just misses wide left, and I think he knew there was going to be a player coming back anyway. But the shot certainly not on target. Great work from Cannon, good control from the 16-year-old. Ball up on the left-hand side, though. Taha looking for the pass back to J-Box. It's behind him, though. Difficult to try and turn that one around, and just a misplaced pass, that can be the difference, as we say, between a goal and a miss, and that's exactly what we see there. Overlooked, though, still moving forwards. Lunatic trying to challenge, not doing so, and Shaolin unchallenged. Booms that ball long, picked up by Taha, has Lunatic. Lunatic misses, though. We're just over 60 seconds. Overlooked are on the brink of going 1 and 2 in Swiss.
Lunatic in the corner, 1 minute remains, and like you said, this could be the final minute of this series. This was the swing game, the one that either puts you on such favour or such deficit. And Taha, the player of the series for Overlooked, does manage to pick up one. It's a really well-placed ball by Lunatic. Off that waterfall in a way so that it doesn't drop straight down. It just heads so heavy into the box. It's not a usual passing opportunity you see. It's defense played out of book even with the amount of experience they've got behind them. J-Box needs to pounce. 45 seconds. Taha strikes, but that second man is going to be required for this next one. Mikan always going to be able to take that ball over him. J-Box pops it high, and here's the boost advantage. It's all Lunatics. He's got the mechanics as well. Can't get that second, already halfway through the minutes.
Once again, second man positioning just playing far too back for Overlooked. Not pressurizing after a big attack from Lunatic. Does get a redirect there. Clearance away. Taha reset. Just pops it high. Gonna follow his own pass through. Can't get there. Opportunity. Backboard needs to be kept alive now. J-Box. Oh, that's not a good touch. Gonna go back towards his own half, and the ball will drop. No, Taha keeps it alive. Mikan puts the ball high, which I'm not sure he wanted to do. Stays alive just about, but it should be dropped down now. It certainly will. Kanoko Soup were too strong for Overlooked in round 3 of Swiss.
What an impressive performance that was by them, though. I mean, you've got the third seeded team overall in Overlooked, if we're going by RLCS points. And Kanoko Soup have squeezed out that result. This is also off the back of getting a Game 5 win versus Zen Esports, and unfortunately getting swept by Godspeed, who have, of course, popped into our chat, so thank you very much for that. But on the side of Overlooked, whilst there is jubilation on the side of Kanoko Soup, and this feels, I don't want to say an overperformance, because that feels unfair to such prestigious players in the APAC scene, but one that certainly wasn't most people's prediction. It wouldn't be the gambler's odds, let's just say here, taking this one over. That means there has to be a victim. There has to be someone who's more than disappointing. And unfortunately, it's us in this case. That's our second match played on the pitch. It's our second loss. We haven't been able to go the full distance yet. But games are supposed to get easier if you lose, Rhino, especially when you go deeper into the bracket. So that will be the held on hope moving forward. But a lot needed from these boys.
Yeah, and you can call it an overperformance from Kanoko Soup if you'd like. You can just as easily call it an underperformance from Overlooked, and we do look at it in both ways here on the desk. And it's a tough pill to swallow once again after that first series of the day. You thought there were glimmers of hope. You thought there were moments where Overlooked did look like a really good team, and even in this previous series, game number 2 will be looked back on as what we expect from Overlooked. That is the gameplay that should be coming forwards from this roster. Either way, we will be dropping down into the 1 and 2. It's now lose and go home for Overlooked. We'll be back after this short break with round 4 of Swiss.
makes us strong enough. You and I. Everything we've been through makes us strong enough. You and I.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. It's still Overlooked over here for round 4 in the 1 and 2 bracket. It's been a brutal day. Only 2 series actually played. Our 1 victory was off the back of a forfeit. Now it is do or die. 2 series wins in a row to qualify to the top 16, falling, of course, as a top 4 roster in the first Open when they were Daybreak Frontline, now turned Overlooked. Rhino, please say this isn't how it ends, please.
I would love to tell you that, Pegasus. I'd love to tell you that. But to be honest with you, the players have got to prove that on the field. This is their game to lose. They have to make sure that they're ready for it. They have to make sure that their hands are nice and warm. They have to make sure that they've spoken to Nunki a little bit about what's been going wrong so far today. And hopefully they will be able to turn their fortunes around as we play against another full Japanese roster.
Absolutely. Top 8 are auto-qualified, of course, to the Swiss stage. However, due to, I believe, roster changes from 3 of those teams, 3 teams just outside of the top 8 got invited straight to Swiss. Fernstella were one of those rosters with very familiar players on the roster. Arrow and Amatul been in the scene for quite some time. Arrow being that main star man for me personally. Rhino Akira is going to be the one to round off that roster. And you are right, it's another full Japanese roster. It has been Overlooked versus the nation of Japan. J-Box and Lunatic trying to defend themselves against their own nationmen, and Taha just kind of there, I guess, for all these family feuds. Still, though, it would be brutal if it was going to be a 0-9 against essentially all of these players. Hopefully that's not the case. And with the performance that Fernstella have had so far in this Swiss stage, to be fair, Rhino, maybe we should be licking our lips. They've had some really tough teams to face, but 2 sweeping losses and a 3-1 win in round 1 for a team that's in the exact same position as us right now isn't all that impressive.
No, it's not. And yeah, as you say, looking at the teams that they've played against so far, you've got the Goblin Barrel and NDR, both of those teams. I mean, they're not bad teams to look at. I mean NDR is Isio, Hadi Rias, and Tornado. Hadi, of course, one who made his name in the 2025 season, and then Goblin Barrel, Hireo, Poopy, and Tank. And yes, that is genuinely his name. So
he's great as well.
Yeah. So look, there are names that at the moment Fernstella have been against, and of course there are names that they are going to be against in this game as well. Off the back of 2-3-0 losses, you would hope that Fernstella have lost that confidence and Overlooked will be able to get past them, but Overlooked's not looking like the most confident team at the moment either.
We're looking to put down a wounded deer. Let's say exactly what it is right now. They're 0-6 in their last 2 series, and those game wins have not come too often for them ever since that round 1, which in all fairness to them, they're the only team between these 2 that can say that they have a series victory that was won on the pitch. But just a second, ladies and gentlemen, we have had a wonderful raid from Kiki and all the guys over at North Star. Of course, that was our team stream during Open 1, and we absolutely love the players and that production team as well. So lots of love that way. I'm pretty sure they would have qualified right now. I'm not even going to look at the brackets there to try and predict that, and I'm hoping to join them.
Yeah, we are. But it's going to take 2 more series if that is going to be the case. And no, North Star going through 3-1, a very good result for them, all things considered. So not bad at all. And of course, Kiki not actually getting involved in the production today. It was actually Antaromus who were taking the North Star stream. So thank you very much for that raid coming through. And we are underway in this one. Do or die time. Win or go home. And Overlooked, well, they desperately need to find the quality that they have shown glimpses of throughout the day.
Clever as the logo. Fernstella's quiver that's looking to be charged here. Arrow being that main player on the roster that I'm going to be looking out for Overlooked. You'd probably be looking at players like Lunatic to try and lead the charge, and there he goes, shot straight like his very namesake. Going to be the first goal of the game, not one to be a confidence booster. A slight misread there from J-Box. Pretty brutal beginning, but ultimately it's a double-edged sword. Early goal means plenty of time to recover.
It does, and they're absolutely right in chat. I did shout out the casters. I should have shouted out the producer as well, Kasalian on the North Star production, doing a fantastic job.
Legend.
Absolute legend. And I was watching a little bit of it today. Did a fantastic job, as always, from Cass. Now, speaking of, well, we were speaking about fantastic jobs. We're going the other way as we look at Overlook starting this game 1 of the series. Bit of an opportunity there for Lunatic to turn around and get a tap in, but that communication not coming through from his teammates. Double demo from Lunatic though, should set up J-Box, and does. Finally, we get Overlooked on the ball.
We had a bit of a conversation off stream in between this series and our last, talking about what we wanted to see for Overlook to just go to that next level and start picking up those victories that we know they're capable of. And I was talking about how in offense, oftentimes off the ball, I felt like I wasn't seeing enough action. It would be the first man going forward, and then as soon as that ball was lost, they'd be diving on back, not going for any of these stray demos, not those boost steals either. And oftentimes that just allowed a high boost brick wall to be waiting in defense. Not this time. This team looks alive, and Lunatic is a sharpshooter.
Yeah, finally, good angle for Lunatic to find. It was just shot so beautifully, not enough power that it would go over the bar, but just enough that it dips under that crossbar. And Overlooked, after going 1-0 down early, they do turn the game around for now. But Arrow, this is the man that we've identified as the danger man for Fernstella. Not able to get too much going there. Amatel puts it into the middle, but Overlooked turn it into an offense of their own. J-Box collecting in the midfield. No, actually Amatel rises highest. Taha has to take evasive action. He does move the ball over to J-Box off the backboard, but realistically, not too much going on in the offensive third at the moment for Overlooked. Good block by J-Box. He's going to look for a little bit more, but Arrow does well to defend. Lunatic now just needed that extra touch to find Taha. Couldn't do so. The Overlooked pressure, though, we've seen this before in games today, starting to build.
Absolutely, that's going to be a ball off that right wall. Arrow will be able to collect. It's great control, but should be confident control here from Taha. It certainly is. Another touch as well. Decent go that extra mile. The wave dash, zap dash, I believe, actually, to go all the way will give that extra bit of space. That was an excellent sweeping from defense to offense, but these are the moments you're going to take advantage of. And that's what's missing. Now found by Lunatic. Goal number 3. He's been involved in every single one. Back to that top class, top draw performances we know he's more than capable of.
Just that split second quicker was Lunatic there to get that ball. Fernstella left to wonder and watch as Lunatic made sure to make the best of the situation. That one's going to hit the crossbar from Lunatic again. Taha backboard. Lunatic again rising high. This time there is a player to meet him. J-Box tries to get it across. Not going to happen. Demo from Taha onto Amatel. But Arrow is the furthest back. Taha just wanting an extra touch. Maybe not in the end. Clearance from Fernstella is through. J-Box. Side ball. Not looking the most comfortable at the moment, J-Box, but Taha comes through to sweep up.
Lunatic not going to be comfortable with Arrow right on him. J-Box will try and take this ball through. That's a lovely double beat. The demo vote from Arrow does land on Taha. He claims a soul. J-Box. Wall dashes will be enough to allow him to rotate around. No one on the back post there, though, for him to try and snipe out. But I like that he did have his head up just in case there was any stray players to go for. Taha not going to reach this one. Akira's going for that long ball. Lunatic has to get a touch. Knows there's a player behind him. And as well, a teammate joins the call. Quite aggressively, rule 1 broken with zero hesitation from both J-Box and Arrow. Taha, it's a heavy touch there. But the players are able to rally back. Everyone with so much boost. The ball is in that half for Fernstella, but that possession instead actually paying dividends for them. Taha again. Has to leave this ball to Amatul. 50s are strong. Taha is at that far post. Already picked up that 100 boost. And this is the aggression. This is where you want to start to grind down those opponents. But the play remains vertical. And Fernstella remain calm as well. Lunatic wants to bring it down. This offense finally reaches its death. And now it's time to hold on.
Yeah, it is. Taha doing a good job of catching that on the backboard. Over to the left-hand side. It's Lunatic getting the reset. Taha driving that one forwards into the top right corner. Did get a touch on the way through, but he's not going to care. 13 seconds left in the game. That should be the goal that locks in Game 1 victory for Overlooked. Not too big a problem here outside of going 1-0 down early. Overlooked were able to stabilise.
All up high, and this is going to be one final 10 seconds, and this is a high-scoring affair. It has been one-sided in the favour of Overlooked. Plenty of positivities to take out of this game. But I think back, Rhino, to a 7-2 result. You know what happened in the game straight afterwards, so there's going to be no early celebrations on this broadcast. Just a wry smile on both of our faces and a little bit of hope.
Yep, and we're not going to say silly things like, oh, Overlooked absolutely dominated that game 1, so it should be an easy 3-0. We're not going to say things like that because we made that mistake already today, and we won't be making it twice. What we will say is Fernstella did start things off very quickly, very sharply, and they have proven that they have got a little bit of play for Overlooked to worry about. Difficult to defend at times. Overlooked did enough in game number 1, but you know that Fernstella will be trying to battle back in game number 2 and unsettle Overlooked as much as they possibly can.
Absolutely. And I'm really impressed as well that Lunatic has just gotten himself back into that form. When I see him getting aggressive, stepping up, just being faster to the ball than everyone else on the pitch, of course, that's always going to be your advantage. And for me, this was another moment where we saw a little bit of confidence there from Overlooked from a deficit. I was a little bit concerned when we conceded that first goal, Rhino, especially in the first 30 seconds, especially with a day that they have had so far in technically facing an invited team, one of those that have auto-qualified. This was never a matchup they wanted, certainly when on the brink of elimination, and still they stepped up to the plate. So as far as those first 5 minutes go, Rhino, I'm very, very proud of the boys. This is the Overlooked team that they signed. That was Daybreak Frontline showing themselves, but there's still many more to go. A minimum of 10, hopefully a maximum.
Yeah, and what is the word of the day, Pegasus? The word of the day is consistency. Got to make sure they are consistent for all 3 games here, and if they show that level that they showed in game number 1 for all 3 games, then we've got nothing to worry about. Then we'll be through into the 2-2s. We'll be through into game 5. What's the problem? But that consistency has been the problem throughout the day. We will see how they're able to cope with the Fernstella attack in game number 2 as J-Box takes this one off the left-hand side. No boost to work with, so Arrow deals with it. Taha now to catch, play it into the corner. Nice work. Can't get around the second player cleanly. Amatel can only find Lunatic, who does get a reset. Leaves it for Fernstella. Taha off that right-hand side, though. Finds some space.
Now it's back to Amatel. A full tank of boosts and options as well. Has Arrow on that right-hand side. Will 50 for him. And that will clear out the players in front, but there was a lot of boost committed to get himself up on the wall in the first place. So remains in that neutral third. Lunatic trying to advance, trying to cover some of their opponent's home ground. Amatel has got himself quite a tough position here. Lunatic will try for the shot, saved there by Akira. And Taha, tough angle, still goes for it. And that was extremely close to finding the target. He's had a few tight shots today, Rhino, but that would have been a completely other level.
Needs to do a little bit more training with Lunatic and get him to tell him his secrets, because Lunatic would have found that angle, promise you that. As Arrow off the right-hand side. J-Box goes by. Lunatic sends it long. J-Box no boost to work with. Might still be able to make a nuisance of himself. Gets the boost steal nicely, so that means Amatel can't pick anything up for the tank, but wins a good 50. Oh, that angle is nice. Akira able to respond. And we've had about 2 minutes in this second game now. Overlooked have continued to look like the team on top, but we've seen it too many times today where they've looked like the better team, looks like the more aggressive team. They've just not been able to make it pay against their opposition.
What are you looking for the rest of this game, Rhino? What is missing from Overlooked right now against Fernstella? Because we saw so much to compliment in that last game. And it does feel the same, but there's one important piece of the puzzle missing.
Yeah, it does. It really does feel that way. At the moment, it's a lack of team play, to be honest with you, from what I can see. Pegasus right now worked well as a team in game number 1. This game number 2 feels a little disjointed. A pass up to Lunatic. He's managed to find a really good angle, actually, off that side wall. J-Box trying to bring it through. This is now Taha looking for the drop down, but Lunatic is sent to the Shadow Realm by Arrow. J-Box just again trying to make himself a nuisance on low boost, but we need a little bit more than that from him. We need him to be almost 100 boost and trying to cause problems in the Fernstella backline. This is Taha getting a good block. Lunatic doesn't get the better of his man. Amatel brings it forward. J-Box, nice catch on the backboard though. That's going to give him some confidence.
Absolutely, and Taha does well to snipe that ball out to J-Box. 0 boost. It doesn't matter if the ball's right on top of his car. That's enough to get that flick high. It will continue to just waste a little bit of time on this clock, keep it forward and allow the two teammates to regroup. A bit of a cut there from J-Box, but Taha read it ahead of time. If that was a double commit, that would have been catastrophic.
Yeah.
That could have been game over, series equalised, and from there on out, well, we've seen it fall apart before. Lunatic will chase, but Takira gets there first. Amatel not going to be able to get on the end of that one. Arrow's got an awkward angle, but Taha will clean up, and this is looking threatening if Lunatic can tuck round.
A very, very last minute call of leave onto Taha. And Taha just about respects it in time. As you could see that he wanted to take that ball up that right hand side. Maybe go for a more of an aerial play, but Lunatic reads the play well. Knows that if he just takes the shot, there's no one back to make the defense. So calls Taha off, and as we say, is respected by the teammate, and that comes through to give Overlooks their lead here in game number 2. 30 seconds remaining. Amatel drops it down. Taha intercepting. Arrow off the left side. Brought forwards by J-Box, looking for that backboard. Akira, good backboard defense for now. When scoreline is only 1-0, anything is possible. Ball coming into the middle, got a little bit spooky.
Low lead his final 5 seconds, where it doesn't get any easier. Taha just outside his box has to keep this ball down. He does. Overlooked. 2 games up. 1 more needed to secure themselves a round 5 spot, returning as they did in Open 1. That's how they qualified, of course, to the GSL, where they saw a lot of success. It is just something cursed about this format for them. And now it's reverse sweep or bust for Fernstella. But a team that is now gone 0-8 in a row right now. Is this where we start to get a little bit confident, or are we not going to fall into that trap?
It is still very much a trap. I think that's exactly how I would how I would phrase it. Is it's a difficult position to be in right now for Overlooked, because there is that slight concern that they do play overconfident and they do get a little bit complacent. So we are hoping that is not the case, and we hope that Overlooked are able to see it out in 3. That would be ideal as we look to go into that final game of the day. However, we've been watching this team all day, Pegasus, and we know that it's not quite that easy with the roster in front of us.
No, it really isn't. But you can't even call it any curse of being signed to any organisation, because this is just what their Swiss stage run was last time as well. Somehow They found their way into that round 5, and you'd expect that's for the teams that, you know, are going to go out 12 to 16, 13 to 16. Instead, they ended up becoming a top 4 side, and they're heating up now in the second open. All those Christmas mince pies are now starting to flatten themselves out. They're looking fit, raring, ready to go for the remainder of this game. Well, we've seen goals in the first 12 seconds being turned around, and that was for Fernstella in game 1.
Certainly was. So, still need to make sure Overlook's lock in. 1 goal was enough in game 2. But with a goal so early in game 3, you would expect it not to be enough here. As Lunatic moves forwards. Right off the backboard, dealt with by Fernstella. Taha sit up high. Lunatic intercepting. Reset, trying to turn the corner. Gets over the top of Arrow. Cleared away for now. As Akira moving back towards Overlook's net. Taha over the top of one. Amatel collects, but it's a loose touch. Allows J-Box to try and bring it through, but he isn't able to keep possession either. All a bit awkward in that back corner, but eventually Lunatic breaks free. Doesn't get the 100 boost though, and that could cause him problems. The counter-attack is there for Akira. Off the right-hand side for a pass, but Lunatic cuts it off.
Going to be calling for attention now. Taha wants it down to Lunatic. Placed too high in this occasion, so J-Box is going to be the one to pick it up. Make some work happen for the corner. Going to find that inside space. That's where the real danger lies. Taha off the ceiling. Wanted the target. And Amatal gets there first. Still, though, not done with this offense. Unrelenting pressure. Now nullified by that long touch. But Lunatic on 100 boost is certainly going to be enough to try and jumpstart the play. Now J-Box with such high defense. They're completely out of position. And that will loop ball its way in.
Yeah, really poor from Fernstella there. You can see the team bump as well. As they try and get back to the defensive line, and they're starting to show signs of why this team is 0-8 in a row now. Not won a game since the first series of the day. Overlook's looking to continue that form. Goodness me. So close from Lunatic to get the third. We have seen Overlooks lose games where they have been in this position before. Got to make sure that they don't let this slip now. There's the ball in the corner. Shot taken. Taha saves, and oh dear, Amatel at the back post. Does enough to get Fernstella back in the game.
And this is a bit of a scary point to reach, but ultimately this felt like the first real attack for Fernstella. If we are thinking back, it has been all overlooked. I would like to see that third goal definitely find the back of the net for them. Just try and extend as much as they can. This is certainly not one of those scenarios where you just try to lock down and hold on to 2 minutes 40. Especially when you know that your opponents are susceptible to those defensive mistakes. They can leave it open. Speaking of defensive mistakes, one falls to overlooked. It was a cheeky extra touch here from Akira after what was essentially a pogo off the ceiling. Not many parts of that felt deliberate. I'd call that a recovery mechanic there. They all make the difference, that quick thinking style. If plan A doesn't work, you certainly got to go for your B or C.
And as we mentioned, this is now reminiscent of earlier series that Overlook's played today. 2-0 up, cruising, the better team. And then suddenly let in 2 goals due to bad defense. And the opposition are back in the game when they really shouldn't be. Overlooked. J-Box gets back well. Gets a good 50 in the corner as well. Not a lot of boost to work with. Still trying to flick it forwards. Doesn't do enough. That ball moving back down the field. Lunatic. Okay. Had control of it the whole time. That's what I'm going to tell myself, as 1 minute 40 still left on the clock. 2-2. Fernstella looking for their first game victory in 2.5 series. Overlooked looking to try and maybe just settle a few nerves with a goal and a 3-0 victory, and that pinch is going to do wonders.
Absolutely, Akira off that back wall. Doesn't get that block against Lunatic. Amatel will try and take this one high. Soars over. J-Box able to get that first block. Will dribble all the way forward. Someone's got to be there. Lunatic is almost a perfect strike. But a crossbar denies. The ping comes through. And it'll be a gasp of relief from Fernstella and anguish on our side, of course. And in those final 45 seconds, they've got to make sure that that doesn't replay in the back of their heads now. They've got to stay focused. They've got to look ahead. They cannot give away anything for free. It's Taha from Fern. Can't make that dribble work. Lunatic's been consistent with both sides. Well, he's got the power there. Unfortunately, not going to find the target. 30-second call.
30-second call. And Akira has an empty net to aim at. Be cleared away by Lunatic for now. Well caught there by Lunatic again, but Amatel gets beyond him. Gets a demo as well. Taha turning the corner, looking to challenge. Does well, ball high. Lunatic loves these positions. Gets the reset off the backboard. J-Box should be following. Isn't following quickly enough. Taha, reset, keeping the ball up. Is that the smartest thing to do right now? Doesn't look like it as we go down the other end. And all you've got to do is laugh, because otherwise you'll cry. How that ball didn't hit the ground before this, I have no idea. But Fernstella have their first game victory in a damn long time.
It's just one game. It's just one game. Come on, chat. Come on, chat. We're fine. We're fine. It's just one game. We're still one away. They still have to win 2 in a row. We made them work for it. We made them work. Okay, a 1-goal difference. 3 goals had to be forced out of them if they wanted that victory. They squeezed it to 0 seconds. I'm not sure they're going to survive for 2 extra games. Surely not. Surely. It's their first game winning 8.
I struggle to find the words, Pegasus, because when overlooks go 2-0 up in a game,
What was that goal?
I just immediately get scared. Overlooked being 2-0 up is almost like the worst possible position that this team can be in for some reason. I don't understand what it is about that scoreline for this roster that immediately they just down tools and go, well, we don't need to play the rest of the game because we're 2-0 up, and it's easy for the rest of it. And then suddenly you're 2-2, start looking around going, and you start panicking, start thinking, oh no, we need a goal now. And that panic then causes you to make mistakes. And the mistake is capitalized on in the end by Fernstella. And now that gives them confidence going into the rest of the series.
You've said it before, and of course you do your football broadcast. They say 2-0's the most dangerous scoreline, don't they?
They do.
And we're definitely feeling that right now. It's that full sense of security at moments. They concede the first and you think it's okay, we can still extend, but it all can just start to fall apart. And when you are on the opposite end of that, when you've got 2 goals to chase, you get that first and it's just only 1 away, you do get that second win that being 3-0 up simply does not provide. And it might seem menial, it might seem obvious, but truly the mental battles on the pitch are such an underutilised part. That's a complete double commit from Fernstella. First goal is there. Do we score again? Do we think that's worth it at this point? Do we hold it down? I said that this is a team that I don't want to see try and hold it down for 4 minutes straight, but I don't know what to believe anymore.
Don't score again. It's not worth it. It's not worth it. I can't deal with it.
Ooh.
Just, you know. Okay, well, they've scored. Oh, my goodness. What a save that is from Amazon.
Oh, my gosh.
Really? Could have been 2-0 there, but actually that works in our favour. You've activated our trap card. This one comes over the top. J-Box out of the corner. Drives downfield, gets a really good 50, and now there's an opportunity for a 3v1 attack, and Taha.
Oh.
Well, that really should be on target at least.
That should. Apologies. That was 0 composure, but I just want it so bad for them. It's so close every single time. It's been rare that we've been absolutely obliterated. We've always had a semblance of offensive pressure. There will just be moments of pure frustration, and that of course extends to the home third of the pitch as well. Taha, that ball, wrong side. Amatel does have himself a 2v2 position.
No, this is fine.
This is so well sniped from Arrow. We've got to have some appreciation here for the player that doesn't get credited with an assist or a goal. It's more than just a point. That is unbelievable.
This is exactly where Overlooked want to be. Not in a position where they're 2-0 up. They're now 1-1. And that is where we want to play. That means we can't go to the cursed scoreline. And so I've got no problems in saying that Overlooked are now going through into round 5 with a 3-1 victory. There's no other way that this game can possibly go. Almost got proved immediately wrong. Great save from Taha.
I held my breath.
Amatel across, looking for the run, and Overlooked's defense just looking a little bit shaky, but doing enough at this moment.
Certainly, Akira has Taha chasing him down, and I believe he was pumped off that first touch there, still and viciously. Kept his car up just in case he could hold down that 50. Remember, it's just one game win they need, but if this is forced to game 5, that mental battle, you'd feel like Rhino would be lost. J-Box off the ceiling, drop down, doesn't get to that second touch, but Lunatic with half a tank. Plenty of mechanics. And the dream for another stage comes through, and that's another one not finding the target. This time it's J-Box. That's the tougher shot! Yet that finds the back of the net. J-Box doesn't miss the same shot twice.
Doesn't that just sum up Overlooked? Doesn't that just sum up the day so far? The easiest shot goes by, but the shot from the angle, the more difficult finish, that is the one that gets us into the lead. So 120 seconds left on the clock. A double commit high in the sky will only lead to Fernstella control. J-Box down the left-hand side. Wins that 50 just about, so Taha can bring the ball through. Out of the corner. Into the corner again. There's a chance here for J-Box. Gets up well. Lunatic to follow through. And Overlooked now 2 goals up, but luckily not 2-0.
It's comfortable. Very comfortable. But you cannot fall into that trap. Beautiful offense. Found their way through, but still not overcommittal. They've got that bit of balance about them. J-Box isn't going to grab this one. 90 seconds for Fernstella to pick up 2. Otherwise, their open 2 campaign comes to a rather early end, which of course for an invited team, one that was able to make it into top 12 position of the last open, would be extremely disappointed. There's truly no proud losers at the end of this series. Taha completely open there. This is what we need.
Certainly is. Bit of confidence. Bit of movement downfield, and that's actually a mistake from Arrow there. Doesn't get the play that he was looking for, doesn't get the control he was seeking. So just over 60 seconds to find 3 goals. Not impossible, certainly not in this region. Lunatic off the ceiling. Goes by, looking to finish the job. No, Amatel sending the ball clear. Now Taha gets the demo. Is there a follow-up? And you just wonder if Taha was communicating there that he was actually going for that demo, and if there was a player ready to go for that near post for Overlooked. Nitpicky stuff from me, to be honest, with a 4-1 lead currently. But point stands as we look to go through into Series 5 of the day.
Absolutely, and I've given up with that Swiss stage pattern. There's supposed to be, you win a game, it's supposed to get harder. You lose a game, it's supposed to get easier. But this is meant to be one of those invited rosters. This is one of those top 8 that was auto-qualified. Sure, it's been a rough day at the office for them. But for Overlooked, this is the confidence they needed. This is the burst of pace. This is the photo finish that they look to repeat from back in Open 1. Round 5, Overlooked return.
Yeah, and it was do or die beforehand. It is do or die once again, as Overlooks do enough to send home and beat their first team of the day. Of course, earning a victory earlier in a disqualification fashion. Really count. It's the first series they've won in the server. And they did so relatively comfortably. If we're being completely honest, from what I've seen, as long as Overlooks don't go 2-0 up, they will win the game. That seems like the way that they're playing right now. And that has come true once again. So, round 5, around the corner. And although there were still some things that Overlooked weren't 100% comfortable with, they still looked better than they did earlier in the day. And that's the most important.
I'd rather they have 1 week to sort it out than multiple. That requires a win in this next round. It is going to be, no matter what, a rather nervy affair. But ladies and gentlemen, we hope that you all stick around for the journey. Just a reminder, a top 4 side returning to round 5. It has been their stomping ground. Now it's time to etch that name forever for Split 1 for a new organisation. We'll see you after the break.
Won't you come over? Dying to know where you came from. We're breaking open. Feel like our future's just begun. And all I know is that we lost time. If we stay right here, we could free ourselves inside. We'll stay awake forever. We'll hide away where no one knows. Let's run away together. Just lead me into your world. We'll stay awake forever. We'll hide away where no one knows. Let's run away together on our own. Just lead me into your world. Waiting for no one. We're headed straight up for the sun. They'll never notice. We'll take these cities on our own. And all I know is that we lost time. If we stay right here, we could free ourselves inside. We'll stay awake forever. We'll hide away where no one knows. Let's run away together. Just lead me into your.
The Japanese gauntlet has been completed, and now round 5 of Swiss remains for top 16 and the main event in the APAC region. Overlooked return to this spot just like they did in the one and only Open that has been played so far in 2026. If they're going to do it, they do it in style. Rhino, this is what we've been waiting for. At times it felt like we were not going to even get here, but now that we are, and especially after that last series' performances, my frown has definitely been turned upside down, but of course, somewhat cautiously.
Yeah, we are going into round 5 with trepidation in our hearts, but one that we are quietly confident about, and I believe we can now see exactly who it is we will be playing in this final game of the day, and it will be NDR, 2 Indonesians and a Singaporean, and one of those being Hadi Rias, who, as I mentioned earlier, made his name in the 2025 season. Really was very, very good indeed. I've also seen him as part of Dark Rift a couple of years ago as well. Hadi is a very good player, a very technical player. Will be difficult to break down, but all roads lead to GSL Pegasus. So J-Box, Lunatic and Taha, they have to get by this roster if they are to continue their run in Open 2.
There's 2 Indonesians alongside Hadi Rias, which is going to be very fun to watch. Indonesia having somewhat of a monopoly at APAC at certain points, of course, in history. You think of some of the greats being from there, and Thissio and Tornado certainly no strangers to that title either. This is going to be a true battle for that qualification into the GSL bracket, and exactly the kind of matchup that we want to close our day with, of course, with a victory on the other side of that as well. There you go, you can see those gorgeous Indonesian flags, very similar to the Singaporean one as well, actually, Rhino. But J-Box and Tick and Taha, overall, there have been moments, there have been lowlights, there have certainly been highs, but we saw a majority of them in the recent series. The only series that they have played and seen a victory in, so momentum definitely at its very best.
Yeah, it certainly is. And look, Overlooked are going to be coming into this final game with that momentum, as you rightly said, with that confidence. I do just want to say, we have a very interesting situation here in this game 5 set up for the entirety of Swiss, where if things were going our way, if things were just purely based on Buchholz, we should be playing Kanoko Soup again. But of course, because of the fact that we can't play the same team twice, we are playing NDR. Now, the team above us, Zen Esports, that should mean that they are also playing Kanoko Soup. But they have also already played Kanoko Soup once in this Swiss bracket. So they will be playing Reunited Unks. And Charmy, who we obviously played in the first game of the day, with a Buchholz score of 0, should be playing against Reunited Unks, but because the other two teams below them can't play Kanoko Soup, they now have to play the highest Buchholz score team, which is Kanoko Soup, which...
oh my goodness.
It's a mess here in APAC. When is it not? Let's get things underway. As game number 5, series 5 of the day, Taha wants an own goal early. He doesn't get it, hits the post. Unlucky pal.
Also, a story there, by the way, for Kanoko Soup. If we are to get this series victory, and as does Zen Esports, that would make it so that every single one of that first 4 teams they played actually qualified, which would be one of the unluckiest Swiss runs that is possible. Of course, you can't go 5 out of 5, because ideally you would beat that 5th team if you would like to qualify, but that is definitely a possibility as well. Then they could go 5 for 5. But here on the pitch, one focus will try and decrease their luck value with an overlooked win.
Yeah, that would be insane. J-Box will collect this one into the corner. A little bit of a heavy touch, could lead to problems. Looks for the pass down, and just getting in front there is Lunatic, who will now take it forwards. Looks for the pinch. Just goes over the bar, but a real nice opportunity there for overlooks. Lunatic just not able to make connection as he would have wanted. Taha off that right side, gets blocked away, but now Lunatic in that position he loves so much, backboard. Just not really going to find anything, and now Taha, once again, too far off for my liking as a second man. Needed to be closer to the ball on that occasion. Really try and make sure that NDR found the pressure. That's off the crossbar. Nado with an early opportunity. There's a chance here. Hardy from the back lines. That one's off the crossbar as well. Facio surely will finish the job. Hardy actually given the goal. And NDR 1-0 up.
And the story with Overlooked is not about whether it's a winnable matchup. Theoretically, every matchup is winnable for these 3 players at their very best.
Yeah.
It's about whether it's losable. This is certainly a losable series for Overlooked, and that should always be concerning. Because this is likely in APAC, probably the team with the greatest floor-to-ceiling ratio. And,
I think you underestimate the region with that statement.
Of course. Can happen at any time. I mean, we've just seen Burn not make 2 opens in a row, which is brutal, of course. It is brutal. But this is a team that was in top 4. Now potentially facing the drop. But first game and first goal out of a potential 5. Again, not going to throw the toys out the pram. J-Box has to catch this ball off the side wall instead. Stopped here by Hadi. And the cars do clash. Taha will be looking for all 3 touches. Wants to take it off the ceiling. Backboard though. But it reached straight back to him. Nado's been sent away. 50 there with Hadi. Does drop down. Fischer will look to try and take this one over. And that is not a great touch from Taha. J-Box is left alone. Has a player going high. Knows to go low. And now that's 1 man out of the game.
Did really well there, J-Box. In a really dangerous situation, just to bring some calm. In some calm, cool collectedness in the back lines. There's an opportunity here for Facio. Pushed away by Taha. Lunatic chasing that ball down. Probably expected to be 50'd there by Nado, but Nado backs away from it. Takes the more favourable challenge. Lunatic ceiling to take it over the top. Once again, second man just a little bit off the pace. Back post for Lunatic. Angles found. Hardy makes a big save, but Overlooked with a lot of pressure now.
Absolutely, but you need it to ramp up. You need those scores of the doors. I've said it before. Shots are not enough. That's not what decides games. Got to see that ripple. You got to feel that explosion. Instead, Nado keeps this ball low. Shio should grab this one first. Hey, he's real tight behind, and it's a bit of a bunch up there on that front post. But as long as this ball stays in that safe corner for them, that clock can continue to wind down, and they could potentially just squeeze their way out of this game with just a one. Huddy, back wall, still doesn't get the target there, and that's the one you'd be looking for. Lunatic doesn't reach it either.
Yeah, better pace there. Second man came through, just missed the ball, unfortunately. It's a nice put. Nado puts it into the corner, but it's not in safety yet. Nice pass across the box. But J-Box denied by Facio. Counter here for NDR. Hardy gets past one, hits the post. Surely the finish will be there. Facio does score. And that is all down to Hardy's driving. Down the line, Lunatic not able to get the better of him. Taha misses as well. And then there is an empty net for Facio to just score into. So 2-0, 40 seconds. Game 1 doesn't look like it's going the way of Overlooked, but they have shown signs of being able to keep up with this NDR roster.
It's just never that easy, Rono. It's never that easy.
Nope.
You're going to sweep your way through another game. You've got to fight back. They've got the same stakes as you. They've got that same layer of passion. Now it's just about converting that into the right energy, into the right performances on the pitch. There have just been a few of those plays that have just been slightly off, and at this level, slightly is majorly. Lunatic off that corner. Need a read here from J-Box. There is a double commit in this position. There's been 0-second goals all day, both in our favour and against Taha. It's going to struggle to reach that one. Does, and manages to find J-Box with it, but that soft touch will not hit the curve. NDR take game 1. Rhino, not the performance stats we were really looking for, but certainly one that can be built upon. This is nothing crazy.
No, nothing crazy, and there will be a little bit of a longer gap as well between this game and the next one as a lobby reset is coming through. But again, we kind of talked about it after, I believe it was the third series of the day, where it was just kind of a nothing performance from Overlooked. There was nothing egregious, nothing incredibly wrong about the way that they were playing, but there was nothing necessarily exciting about it either. A couple of opportunities going to the wayside, a couple of chances that we should really have tucked away, but it just felt like a very middling performance, and that's a tough thing to come back from. But it also means that they just need to find one more gear to get up to, and maybe that there'll be too much for NDR. It's difficult in this moment.
It is, it really is, and you just don't want to drop that second. That's what's brutal about a best of 5.
Yeah.
You can slip the first one, you can get that warm-up game, but if you need the first game to warm up and you can only warm up to, a 50-50 matchup in the second, boy, you better wish that you pick heads and it lands on heads as well. Because a reverse sweep round 5, we've seen it before, Rhino. We have seen it before. But my goodness, the only reason we remember we've seen it is because it is such a rare, momentous occasion when it does happen. And I'm not looking for that over here. I'm happy to gentleman sweep. Let's go home. Let's get ready for other regions, and we will return on Friday. That's what I want out here. We're looking for no crazy storylines. I don't want a fairy tale run. I just want to crush every team in front of me, and they can crush this team. They can absolutely crush them. Even though they had the deficit, we know that the levels can get so high, and we know that when they make those slight adjustments, it doesn't feel slight on the pitch. It is heavy. Very, very heavy. They string those passes together. We saw one game where that happened, and it was 7-2. It was 7-2. And then it was slightly missing for the rest of the games. What happened, Rhino? We ended up in round 5.
Yeah. So you would expect to see at least one of these games here in this series be that Overlooked, overwhelming performance that we have seen. Because as it stands, I just don't think NDR have got a lot that we should be scared about at the moment. It sounds really weird to say, after we got that loss in game 1 without scoring, by the way, and that is going to be the thing that Overlooked are going to be looking at as a concern. Apparently, lobbies are just being remade and remade and remade as we try and find a good lobby for everybody in the server, which is going to be difficult considering Taha, I believe, is playing from the USA.
Of course.
He's on 60 ping. He's playing in region. Okay,
Wow.
who knew? Oh, there
Amazing.
you go. Well, we get things underway again. The lobby has been reset, and hopefully so has Overlook's mentality.
Absolutely. Like you said, nothing too crazy to see the loss of that last game. That was just Rocket League. That was just a loss. And of course, those are going to happen. But if you want to be one of the best in your region, it requires that extra bit of spice. This was spicy from Lunatic. A simple dunk 50 inside, and Taha positioned with your perfection. Second man available. Rhino's been asking for it all day. He's been waiting for quite a while. From morning to afternoon, at least, that has brewed.
Finally. I love to see that positioning from Taha. Great work. And the shot just too powerful for CO in goal to make the save. So maybe this is the Overlooked performance that we have been waiting for. Taha off this right-hand side. Takes it down the wing. Intercepted by Hardy. Lunatic thinks about going and then actually is called off. Nado working with Facio. Is there a double in the offing? There almost should have been. In the end, there was not. But that's a great cut by Nado to keep Overlooked in their half.
Absolutely, and on that double, frankly, Rhino, I thought that was a goal. With how close he was to getting that read. Taha, that's a tough angle to find. Still, almost pulls it off. He's very good at those off angles. And just getting the defense challenge, forcing them out to use a little bit of boost, maybe use their flip early as well. When players like Lunatic and J-Box are lurking around the box, that can be a death sentence. In that case, though, firing blanks, J-Box just has to hold his own now because these rifles are fully loaded on the side of NDR. Nado can't break through. Lunatic, Riot Shield to block for first. J-Box, bulletproof glass for the second. And then now it's for Taha to pick up the convoys and escape. And that's not going to happen easily. Facio still maintaining pressure.
Yeah, and keeping the ball in this corner means that it's difficult to refill those boost bars. And that is proving very difficult here for Overlooked so far. But there is a way out now. J-Box on the left side, not challenged. And I don't know if he realised that or not because that touch was quite far ahead of him. Taha trying to get the challenge, not able to do so. J-Box comes across, gets a good 50 in the midfield. And Lunatic is first there, needed to get down for that 100 boost. He's going to steal the back corner instead. But Nado has 100, so he's going to be able to bring this away. Gets the reset. Gets beaten by Taha. And Facio being caused so many problems. Nice shot. And a good save by Hardy, but good work from Overlooked on the counter-attack.
2.5 still to go, and there it will be a player there for a second. I thought it was left unavailable. I believe it was J-Box in the distance. I thought that was the second man that Lunatic was playing for. But again, it's Taha with the perfect cut in just in time to wrap himself around the ball and find the target. From those angles, you time it wrong, you're sending it into your opponent's corner. You're going to have to start back from square one. But that's two plays where he's managed to poach a chance. Oh my goodness, J-Box almost poached a chance. Wrong net, buddy. Let's turn this one around.
It's almost as if I've been saying all day that if we increase the speed of the second man and get them there sooner, that we're going to score goals. And that's twice. Twice in game 2 that has proved to be the case. And twice it's been Taha as well, being able to make good on that second man pressure. Facio taken out. There's no one back. Surely this must be a goal for Overlooked. And it's a hat-trick for the American. He might be playing on 60 ping. He might be playing it in region. But he is performing much, much better than he was at the start of the day. And Overlooked, well, they look to finish off game number 2 in style.
Unbelievable. It's a fantastic run in this second game. Recovery that they needed. And like I said, this second game is such an important swing for me. This is the essentially early game 5. I'm not sure how much faith I do have in a reverse sweep if that was the position that was forced out. So they have kept this moving. And on the side of NDR, 3 goals in minute 15. It's going to be a really tough mission to call to. We have actually fallen from this position before. It was 90 seconds and the first series of the day where a 3-0 lead turned into a quality, turned into an overtime loss. That's step 1, less time on the clock than that team I mentioned, but still within the realms.
Yep, certainly, as they will do their best to try and get something going here. Of course, NDR, still 60 seconds to play, and only 2 goals. That is easily fixed if they can, but Lunatic almost had an opportunity there. Hardy down the left-hand side, looking to get the reset. It's going to be sending away down this right. Nado drops it down into the corner, ball into the middle, cleared away by J-Box. Taha with the go-ahead. Just doesn't quite get that recovery, and now Lunatic misses that one. Looking for Taha to send it away. Hardy will intercept. 30 seconds to go. Overlooked in prime position.
Absolutely. Fithio will bail away. Nado will take this ball out first. That was a smart decision. Just keeps everyone in position. One can rotate back. Fithio now available as that second option. It drops down though for the third. Making use of every single man available. And now 12 seconds, a 1-goal difference. This is in range. This isn't even a miracle if they pulled it off. That's just standard Rocket League. That's just how kickoffs can land. 101, Musty to Jinxie, unrelated. Hardy coming off this wall, and this is the moment they were looking for. Full boost, teammates all behind, but J-Box just booms it down long, beats that first, and can hold off for the 50 as well. The entire ground to aim for, just between the sticks for NDR. The floor is lava, and Taha will singe that ball. Overlooked equalise the series.
And that's more like the overlooks that we want to see, isn't it? That's a bit better, as they showed some fight in that game, showed some good attacking prowess as well. Taha, the main man, to get those goals, 3 to his name. But a couple of assists for both Lunatic and J-Box. And suddenly overlooks like a better unit, not just individuals, but as a team together. That game 2 was about as good as we've seen them. So Taha able to, as we say, finish off most of the opportunities, but it was all created by 2 Japanese players on the Overlooks roster, and NDR did fight back, did make it a little bit awkward, but Overlooks were able to get beyond the 2-0 scoreline, which meant only one thing, and that was that they could only win the game.
Yeah, of course. And now moving forward, a best of 5 reduced to a best of 3. Every game so impactful in a best of 5 because now the winner will put themselves onto that match point position. Late game was a bit shaky from Overlooks, but that's expected. That just seems to always be the case. In those final 90 seconds, we concede in pairs often. Well, luckily, a 3-0 lead will be enough to nullify that effect. So early goals, perhaps a necessity for this roster.
Perhaps. We'll see if they're able to bring that through in this game 3. There's an opportunity early, and Hardy just about sends it away. Ball into the middle. No, Lunatic gonna leave that one, and maybe that's a mistake. Needed better comms there on the back line. Lunatic probably did need to hit that one. Hardy goes up, gets blocked away by Lunatic. And now J-Box down the right-hand side has one to beat. Is there a bump on the play? There is not enough of one. And where Overlooks probably should have scored there, they come away with nothing.
Lunatic bells away, looking for more blood as he did before. That was going to be the moment to open up the scoring. Instead, now it's just a defense for J-Box, who takes that coolly, really composed on his own lines. Now he's got those teammates alongside him and a much more solid defense. Even with J-Box's elimination, this should be an okay position for Overlooked. Gets that touch well, doesn't reach that corner, however. Taha still sent it along that 100 boost. spawns favourably for Overlooked, and now this is where we see them ignite. This is where we see them ramp up the pressure. They love this space in the final third. They love challenging every single one of these high balls. Lunatic looks to make it happen, but Taha on the right wall is going to be the one to recover. J-Box is still behind. Wifty comes out, and no one's up for it. Just NDR ready to restart their offense.
Yeah, Nado coming forwards, pushes it over into the corner. Lunatic not able to get too much going. Hardy, that technical player on NDR. So they're trying to get something going, although a double commit on that side wall could lead to issues and not taken advantage of by Overlooked for this moment. Taha taking it through on the right-hand side, looking for help, not getting any. Nado comes through, intercepts. Taha can't get beyond the challenge. J-Box through the middle. Looking now for the reset. J-Box sticks with the play perfectly. And that is exactly what we want to see from the youngster.
Incredible! The flip reset on the 50. That could have been enough. Gut down, a wave dash, take a shot, take it easy. That's what most people would do in that position. The ground pinch to follow up is pure insanity. But these are the pop-off moments that these three players at times can be reliant on. But my goodness, is it a joy to watch when it does come through. Half the game gone. The only goal to break the lines in what has been a tight yet still end-to-end affair. Definitely not been boring. Who says low scoring guarantees that?
Not me. Lunatic off the left-hand side, looking to try and get another one for the road. Doesn't happen for him on that occasion. Good NDR defense. Now Hardy pops the ball high. Lunatic brings it back. And that's wonderful from Lunatic. And the people that we want to start stepping up on Overlooked are starting to do just that. A big interception, but that second touch is so important. Comes around the side, 1 minute 50 to go. Overlooked are in that dangerous scoreline territory. But something just feels a little bit different about this game. I don't know.
It certainly does. A hop, skip and a flick to get that second goal across. Vicio's backflipping. Nado's not reaching that ball. It's all falling apart on the side of NDR. Whereas here on Overlooked, Lunatic almost getting the perfect pre-flip shot. That is unbelievable power. This ball falls so well. The double commit happens from NDR. Actually acts as bait, and now it's Overlooked with all the pressure against him, but Lunatic does well to slam this one down. Taha again with perfect positioning just to take this ball back forward. Recoveries are strong. Lunatic's inside. Game, set, match for me. 3 goals. That is done.
Check out this pass from Taha. Has so much time to find it, yes, but no boost. Has to get it past Vicio. Does so perfectly. Lunatic, his second of the game. Overlooked 3 to the good. My goodness, do they look good. And this is the kind of gameplay that we want to see from this relatively young roster. Consistency still required. A little bit of ice still required as well as we start to tick down towards that 0 seconds. Things overall going the right way. That's just going to be one from Hardy where he fakes out the final defender, knows he's one-on-one, and Hardy lives off moments like this one. Taha can't do much to protect himself or the goal. So 43 seconds. 2 goals to find for NDR. Not impossible, but as we say, Overlooked still in prime position.
For now, that first goal for NDR feels like a confidence booster, if anything, which is going to be extremely important if they find themselves facing against match point. And I was about to say they could turn it into something more. They have done. Forced out a really heavy clearance from the Overlooked defender just through the threat of having that demo or 50-50 land. Still a little bit too panicky for my liking. And now with 30 seconds left and just one goal needed and the ball flying towards the overlooked net. There are some alarm bells starting to ring. 20 seconds. The only alarm I heard was the 30 seconds.
Yeah, Lunatic almost making that one work, wanting the double. Now it's time for cool heads to prevail. J-Box, just keep possession if you can. Good 50. Japanese star. Taha sends it over to the left. J-Box, floor is lava for NDR, and actually J-Box, intelligent, able to just let that ball drop, knows that his opponents expect him to hit that one towards the net, and overlooked. They take their second 3-2 victory in a row and are now one game away from GSL.
And exhale, my goodness, it's never going to be an easy game for Overlook. They keep it tight all the way till the very end. That first shot from J-Box, though, definitely going to be the highlight of that affair. And there are certainly some options to choose from. But again, need more than just highlight plays in offense. Have to lock it down in defense, and that has to stay consistent for the full 5 minutes and potentially further if OT is called. 2 chances to guarantee yourself a spot in the GSL. Second open in a row for a round 5 qualification. Oh my goodness, please can we just do it in 4? My heart can't take it.
Yeah, please. That would be great. Also, unfortunately, the impossible has not happened. Pegasus, Zen Esports fall to reunited Unks, which means that the Kanoko Soup kind of all 4 in a row, all going through, is not going to happen, unfortunately. Which would be, I mean, that would be amazing if that were to ever happen. It hasn't happened on this occasion, but that doesn't mean that Overlooked can't keep the bad luck rolling for Kanoko Soup. It would require a victory in either this 5 minutes or the next. And Overlooked, with the way that they've been playing, with the way that they've stepped up here in this final series of the day so far, you would hope that they'd be able to see this one over the line, but you just never know.
Absolutely not. That's why Rocket League is played on a pitch, not on paper. This is why we have the broadcast, so we can witness the action. Shout out to all the other Team Stream broadcasters who are out there at the moment. Unfortunately for these regions, very hard to get these matches documented. Well, we've been given a wonderful opportunity over here at Overlooked. J-Box holds off this 50. Hardy has to attack into this corner, has 100 boost, does find a teammate a bit too heavy for Nado's liking. That's going to dribble favourably to the safe corners of Overlooked.
Over to that far side. Hardy can't get there. Taha rises highest. All down that right-hand side. Good interception by Taha. Hardy with the first big save of game 4. Lunatic over the top. Back post. J-Box can't get there. Taha. Third man backboard. Lunatic. Nado there to lay waste to any opportunities that Overlooked had. And J-Box has to build again from his own half, but will do so off the ceiling. Pass to Taha, backboard, needs a double, finds it 2 off the crossbar. Overlooked, pressing the issue, but not getting anything over the line.
Little bit of a nervy moment there from Overlooked. Miscommunication, the backflip could have been okay if third man stayed back. And then they would have had a perfect layup at the same time. The backflip might not have been needed, but no connect certainly will do. And late stages today, there has been one player who's taken full advantage of these strikes. It's Taha.
Certainly is. And Overlooked with 3 minutes 12 to go. Have 1 foot in GSL. It's maybe 2 now. J-Box off the kickoff. Just able to rise above everybody else and send that ball home. Overlooked 2, NDR 0. There is a chance, a real chance now, that Overlooked have turned their day around and are destined for the GSL.
It is that scoreline though. Stay focused. 3 minutes, plenty of time, and that's what NDR will be saying between themselves.
No way.
That's got to be a goal from Lunatic. Fully committed for it. did all the tough parts of that offense right, all the tough rotations, no double commits mixed in those plays. One did unfortunately just happen there. But the final product wasn't reached. Taha to Lunatic, team pinch off that backboard. Who's there? The bump comes out. Lunatic off that corner. For him, this is a scoring position. Wanted an assist. And this will be a chase back. A race won by Overlooked, but a scary post to post 50 handled by Lunatic.
Handled really well as well. Made sure to get in front of the ball, make it really difficult for NDR to find a way around. Hardy looking for the pass, and it's well met by Overlooked. 2 minutes to go. Pinch off the ceiling. Taha trying to take it through, but won't be able to get too much done. Lunatic plays it forwards. Way by Facio. Down his right-hand side. Intercepted by J-Box. Lunatic not favourite to win that, so we'll just back away. Try and get the second possession. However, sent to the Shadow Realm by NDR. Enough of Lunatic's antics. Might get another chance, though. Hardy sends it over to the left side. Nado. Try and find the shot. The ground. Taha looking for the run of J-Box. Really nicely done. J-Box, have you got a double for me? Of course he has. And that's 3. And that's Overlooked. Looking good to go into GSL.
Comfortably packaged, ready to be shipped. J-Box to the GSL. 75 still to go. NDR with their work cut out for them, and the best that Overlooked has looked today is now. A team that has certainly warmed up into their gameplay and looks as dangerous as ever. All of those stresses we felt before, but now are calmed. Of course, NDR got 2 goals in rather rapid succession in games beforehand. A wonderful pinch from J-Box. Lunatic's already up. Taha's positioned again flawlessly. Doesn't force the shot. Sees that there's space on that left-hand side and gives time for his 2 teammates to wrap round. But remember, the seconds on the clock now fully favouring Overlooked. Any play like that where they slow it down is nothing short of professional. This is a top 4 team.
Certainly is. Lunatic now getting the reset. Double! Oh! And you know what? I said in the first game of the day that I wanted to see a Lunatic reset double off the backboard. Well, I've had to wait quite a long time. But finally, we are able to see it, and it is gorgeous, resplendent. And Overlooked going through to GSL in style.
Complete showstopper. And this is the happy ending we were looking for from this series. That's another one there for J-Box. It's over, Rhino. The sighs of relief can finally be taken. Even when it was 3-0 up, I couldn't do it. I really couldn't. But now the confidence is there.
Yeah.
This is the team that was rusted. This is Lunatic, Taha, and J-Box.
Yeah.
This is what they're capable of.
Certainly is. They may concede one for the road. No, Taha makes sure he gets there off the backboard. This is the end of NDR's run in Open 2. But it is only the beginning for Overlooked, who somehow, some way, find it in themselves to get beyond the challenges that they faced, and now have an opportunity to go into GSL and to find themselves in a similar position to what they were able to in Open 1. Things started beautifully with Taha finding an open net downfield. The second followed swiftly, and from that point on, considering Overlooked went 2-0 up, and we've seen that so many times before. Yeah, that really should have gone. But at no point after going 2-0 up did Overlooked look like they were going to lose out. Such confidence, such professionalism, and ended with that lovely double from Lunatic. Big assist. They put us through the ringer emotionally today.
Oh, they did.
But we have a stream to do on Friday.
And ultimately, that's what counts. It's about qualifying. This is why you do the Swiss stage. Of course, the seeding is nice, but it's the BU system anyway, so you can end up absolutely anywhere. Our seeding, honestly, is not going to be looking great. Because of our opponents not doing too well. Of course, the guaranteed triple forfeit team did not make that easy for us either to maintain a good BU. But J-Box, Lunatic, Taha with Nunki as the coach will be going all the way to that GSL bracket, and returning will be myself and Rhino, and of course Hazza on production. It has been an absolute pleasure today to give you all the action, and my goodness, was there plenty of it. 5 full rounds, no real sweeps entered our screens either. It was tooth and nail, and a little bit more required to secure ourselves a spot in the main event. But this is what this team does. This is Overlooked. We'll see you on Friday.
Oh, I dream just to be where